We're about to show you a video of how to do the remote. I'm sure you've all seen it 100 times, but please bear with us and watch it one more time.
Welcome to the New York State Bar Association's House of Delegates meeting. Before we begin, just a few quick reminders for our delegates who are participating remotely. Please be sure to check that your full name appears as it is supposed to in your profile. If called upon, all comments will be limited to 3 minutes. If you are attending the meeting virtually, please note that you will be muted during the meeting. If you wish to speak, please use the raise hand feature. Use the raise hand feature to advance and second a motion to approve a report or to indicate that you wish to speak. When voting, a poll box will appear on your screen. Please identify your vote at that time. For those of you here in person, you will be asked to indicate your vote by a show of hands. If you abstain from a vote, you must send a separate email to the New York State Bar Association so she can document your abstention accordingly. Chat feature will be disabled for this meeting and for future House of Delegates meetings. Motions made from the floor during the meeting must be typed out using the Q&A feature. As previously mentioned, be sure to use the raise hand feature to advance and second a motion. If you are attending virtually and are chosen to speak, remember to turn on your camera and unmute yourself. We cannot guarantee that every person wishing to speak will have the opportunity to do so. We thank you for your patience and understanding. Thank you for listening. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the meeting.
So one more housekeeping matter before we start. You all received something like this on your table. It's entitled Report of the Committee on Procedures for Judicial Discipline. Throw it out. We're going to vote on it in 2 parts, on that particular matter in 2 parts. So that's all the housekeeping, I think, at this point. So in any event, welcome to our meeting today. It's wonderful to be back here. We were here in November of 2019 last. And to be honest with you, it's great to see people. I've seen a lot of people over this weekend that I haven't seen in person or ever seen in person before, but I've gotten to know them remotely. So I'm sure that you all in attendance are happy to be back in our home. And we have a big meeting today, so let's get started. I'd ask you all to rise and salute and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yes, I can. So I want to just, before we start, say a couple of things. Firstly, as always, I look out and I see a number of past presidents of this association. And it's always gratifying to see people who have served this association and continue to serve this association, even though their time in office has passed. And to that end, I think we all owe them a great debt for their wise advice and their input into our association. I will say that one of our past presidents who usually would make it, Mike Getnick, is unable to be here today, and he's dealing with an illness, and we wish him obviously well. The other thing that I want to say before we start is when we all walk into this room and we see all the seats are out here and all the tables are out here and all the screens are up and so forth, it's just as expected. The amount of work that our staff puts in to put these meetings together is incredible. And I want to start by thanking, on behalf of all of us, our staff for all the things that they do at our section meetings, at our committee meetings, and certainly at our House of Delegates meetings. The next thing is I want to tell you that you've probably gotten some supplemental materials this morning, and so make sure that you're paying attention to them. There were some changes that took place in our marathon meeting of the Executive Committee yesterday. And so to be up to date, I think that that's very important. We're going to follow the normal procedures. You all know if you're remote, where are the remotes? If you're remote, that you're going to check in by raising your hand. We will call upon you in order, or we will do our best to call upon you in order. If you're here, we're going to ask you to please approach the microphones, and we will call upon you in order there too. We will alternate between the remote and the live people. I know you heard this already, but we're really going to hold you to 3 minutes. We've got a huge agenda, and we're going to ask that you restrain yourselves and that you speak for no more than your allotted time. And if somebody's already said what you've planned to say, no problem. We'll accept that. We don't have to say it 3 times. Okay, our first order of business is to approve the meeting minutes of the June 18th, 2022 meetings. If I don't hear any concerns with that, they will be deemed to be approved. Any additions, deletions, amendments? Great. Approved. Our next order of business will be to call upon Bob Schofield to give a report on the bylaws.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have the honor of presenting the first order of business of the city today. First,
it's not the subject, it's the speaker.
It's possible because that's my But in any event, it is me, and I am here, and we are happy. Dick said, no, Bob, look, we're doing a new thing. We polled the membership, and it was bylaws. Bylaws won. It was a resounding, we want bylaws. We need bylaws. So we are here, and we are up to the challenge. And it will be an interesting report because we have 3 topics that are of relevance, one of which we had to do a redo on, and so we'll do a little explanation of all of that. But our work of this year started with 2 requests, one from the Committee on Membership to address some of the membership provisions of the bylaws, and then subsequent to your meeting in June in Cooperstown, we had the request from the House proffered by the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to remove the sunset provisions from the diversity position at large in the House and on the EC. And so we've been working hard on that stuff. Our report, as you know, came out initially at the beginning of October. You may have seen that report. That report was dated October 7th. In response to that report, we did receive committee comments from the DEI committee and some of its members concerning the effort to make changes to the sections of the bylaws on the diversity, equity, or excuse me, on the diversity member at large positions. We went back, restudied the issue with their assistants, and issued an amended report on October 27th. So that is the report that you all should have before you, and it's the report that the Committee on Bylaws is standing behind and recommending today. It is divided into 3 parts. The first is indeed on the topic of the House and EC member at large positions that are designated for persons of racial or ethnic minority. And the initial request was to have us simply do the task of removing the sunset provisions. And indeed, you will see in our report that that task has been done. There is an amendment there about removing those provisions and how that needs to be done in the sections to make that work. However, the committee had been wrestling with, for approximately 2 years, the issue of diversity and whether the bylaws themselves adequately reflected the long-standing policies of this body dealing with our focus on and interest in encouraging diversity within the membership and within the leadership of the association. And we had previously suggested in 2 letters, one to the Committee on Association Structure and Operations, the temporary committee that was in effect at one point, and then subsequently to each of you in the House at your June meeting, that one of the other things that the bylaws could benefit from is the inclusion of an aspirational statement setting forth the policy on diversity. And so you will see that that recommendation is now being offered as an amendment as well. It is an amendment to Article 2, it's a new Section 2 within Article 2 that adds an aspirational statement that is in parallel with the diversity plan and the long-standing policy of the House to encourage diversity within the legal community, the association's membership, and the association's leadership. I'm very, very happy to say that that was resoundingly supported by the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So where did we go wrong? When we first reviewed the bylaw provisions in connection with the sunset clause removal, we noticed that within the sections dealing with the diversity members at large in the House, or the elected delegates who were earmarked for the racial and minority or racial and ethnic minority seats, there was a reference in the bylaws to a definition by the National Association of Law Placement. It's been in the bylaws for a very long time, and our study included a review of whether that position, whether that definition had changed. And so in doing our review, we had found the definition in NALP, and indeed it appeared to have changed significantly. It appeared to have been very, very much broadened to include many more classes of individuals who form the broader definition of diversity. And so we, knowing that that NALP definition was in, at least with respect to the House members, we as a committee decided to incorporate that definition in a footnote so that it was clear what that was actually referring to in the bylaws. Problem is we got the wrong one. We chose the definition of diversity rather than the definition that more closely aligns with our own language, and indeed probably was the original reference that was intended when the bylaws were amended in 2004. The second definition was brought to our attention by the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. It is a definition of lawyers of color, and it reads, lawyers of color includes Asian, Black, or African American, Latinx, Native American or Alaskan Native, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander, and multiracial lawyers. And at the urging of the DEI committee, we have gone back, taken a look at the history of that definition. It is indeed the definition that NALP uses when surveying law firms and members of the legal community about their compliance with diversity on the issue of racial and ethnic minority. And so at their commendation in our study, we agreed to make the change. And so now, very, very simply, we've changed the definition and the footnote to reflect that new definition rather than the old, broader one. Does that make sense? We believe it does. We believe it's consistent with what the purpose of the inclusion of the original amendment on racial and ethnic diversity was. And it was conveyed to us by the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. By using the broader definition, we were actually unintentionally doing harm to the effort that we were trying to accomplish by removing the sunset clauses and considering and continuing the existence of these positions within the bylaws. So the Bylaws Committee was convinced, and we made that change in our October 27th report. You will see that we also went forward and took the sunset clauses out. It was not necessary to make as radical a change to the executive committee bylaws provision because it did not expressly include the NALP definition. However, it used the same term, and so therefore we defined that term, and it's now a defined term, racial and ethnic minority group, in the bylaws, and it's consistent throughout. So those were the changes that were done with respect to the diversity issue. Part two were changes that were recommended or requested of us from the membership committee. They asked us to address two issues primarily. Actually, I lied, three issues. The first of which was how we deal with the transition of law students into regular membership. They pointed out that the way the bylaws were written, upon graduation from law school, your membership ended. And that was a time where there were actually a multitude of benefits that the association was offering to law student members, including bar prep course discounts, things of that nature. And it didn't make sense to have them drop. So what they were asking us is to create a window of time after graduation that membership could continue as a law student, either until a certain period of time ended or until they joined as a regular member. And so that change was made. You'll see that reflected in the bylaws. However, we noticed that it wasn't just the transition from law student membership to regular membership. There were some other events, including military service and things of that nature, that were included in the bylaws that needed to be updated as well. And so you'll see the amendment takes all of that into account. The second thing that the membership committee asked us to do is to revisit the definition of paralegal that we studied in in 2019 after an action of this House dealing with the addition of paralegal membership into the association. We looked at their request, we looked at our study, we looked at the House action in June of 2019, and we decided that the request of the membership committee was inconsistent with all of that prior work, and so we declined to make any changes on that score. The last thing they asked us to do is to do a cleanup on when it was that a person who failed to pay dues ceased to be a member of the association. And surprisingly, when we read the provisions on that, they were very unclear. They were also unclear with respect to the termination of membership for other reasons. For example, being removed after a hearing of the Committee on Professional Discipline of the association, or being removed by order of suspension or disbarment by a court of competent jurisdiction. And so we went back through and took a look at all of those provisions. We cleaned up the issue of when the membership ended, specifically with respect to non-payment. It is now upon 30 days elapsing from the treasurer's notice of non-payment. There were references in the bylaws to the treasurer sending a letter after a certain period of time, but now that we do so many dues notices during our collection period, that we could have changed that, but we didn't. Because of that, it really didn't work. The language didn't work anymore. So we've proposed new language so that there is essentially a final notice from the treasurer to a person saying you haven't paid. 30 days from that notice is the date on which the membership terminates. And with respect to the other items where the committee is recommending changes to the bylaw provisions relating to attorney discipline, there is now also a statement of how that person can return to membership, either because their suspension and disbarment has ended and they can reapply, or because the House conducts a vote that actually allows them to return. So those are the primary amendments in the bylaws. You can see them in the report. If anyone has questions, I'm happy to answer them. The very last one, the section 3, was an error that was noticed by staff. There was a lingering former reference in Article 5 dealing with the death or disability of an officer, and it made a reference to a provision of the officers article that was just off by one subsection. It had made a reference to Article 3K. When you look at Article 3K, that wasn't the topic that was being discussed. It was intended to be a reference to Article 3L, and so we're suggesting that we make that change. Any questions? Told you it was riveting.
Bob, thank you very much. So since this is asking for an amendment to the bylaws, there's a procedure we have to follow, and we're not going to have you vote on the substance of the bylaws today. What we're going to ask you to do is vote to subscribe to these bylaws, which means that if we get the appropriate number of votes, This will be voted on and discussed. The merits of this will be voted on and discussed at the January meeting. Does everybody follow that? 2023 of the House of Delegates.
The membership. It's the membership meeting in January.
I'm sorry, at the membership meeting, yes, correct. Yes. Membership. So let me get it clear. It is a membership issue because we're voting on the bylaws. So you're correct that I misspoke. Okay. Bob, anything else?
No, but we have performed or prepared a subscription form. It's the blue form in your packet. You would need to print your name clearly and sign that. Turn it in today to staff. They will calculate to make sure that we have indeed reached the number of members that are necessary to subscribe, and that would be the action item before you today. Thank you all very much. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So what we're going to ask you to do is, if you want to address the panel up here, that you please use the microphone. But the answer to your question is that there is going to be a poll window with voting options for A, nay, and abstain, and then select submit. So is that being presented as we speak?
It is.
It is. So you should have that on your screen. I'm sorry. Okay. So the poll, the remote poll is going to end. And there are 63 votes for subscription. That's 94% of those present. One abstention.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you all.
Outstanding as always. Has everybody turned in their blue subscription sheet? Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is the report and recommendations with regard to the rules of the House of Delegates. The rules of the House of Delegates was last amended in 1991, and there is an attempt to modernize these rules to conform with the realities of 2023, actually, I guess. And to give that report, we're going to ask Justin Teff.
All right, good morning. As noted, my name is Justin Teff. I'm one of Bob's proud minions on the Bylaw Committee, and as a member of the subcommittee that was requested to take a look at the rules of the House of Delegates, I was a partial drafter and have been, I suppose, elected to present this morning. Go through it in brief. There were a couple of amendments that were Yeah, everyone else is tall. There were a couple of amendments that were made by the executive committee. I'll fold those into the basic presentation, but as you look through the rules, and this was actually a project that was, I guess, the brainchild of some of the past leaders and present leaders of the Bar Association, but as noted, an attempt to bring the rules of the House of Delegates up to date in accordance with our post-COVID world, modern technology in terms of notice and voting. And I'll go through the substantive changes one at a time, but what you'll find as a general matter is a lot of the changes are stylistic. The older version of the rules tended to alternate between utilizing terminology such as the chair, president-elect, presiding officer, and one paragraph wasn't that confusing, but by the time you got to the end, it was a little bit muddled. And so a lot of this, again, is just an attempt to make clear the order of operations, the order of succession in terms of presiding over the House. You'll see in the first paragraph, the presiding officer has a couple of mandatory duties. Those essentially are unchanged. The committee did add 4, we'll call them discretionary duties, meant really nothing more than to move the business of the meeting along, keep things going forward in an orderly fashion, and hopefully allowing the business to be conducted, especially if there is a hard deadline. You will see that there was one initial catch-all provision that the committee had placed in there, 1C4. The presiding officer may take other reasonable steps to advance the efficiency of the meeting. The executive committee, without putting words in their mouth, I believe, felt that was a little bit broad for a catch-all provision, and so elected to leave the initial 3 discretionary authorities, but to remove that in the final version. The second paragraph you'll see really just kind of brings together in one section what used to be the provisions for mandatory meetings, the 4 per year per the bylaws, and then what were termed special meetings that could be called in certain instances. This really just eliminates the word special, indicates that meetings other than the 4 that are mandatory may be called, and the indications upon which they may be called. And then, of course, in the final paragraph, and this is one of the big ones, really permits now the House of Delegates to be given notice, not only via hard US mail, but via mail, email, or other electronic transmission. That is an indication that is essentially carried throughout, as well as the present provisions of the bylaws in terms of requisite notice of the meetings themselves. There then were some sections of the order of business that were amended, again, with an attempt to, I think, truncate matters, alleviate things that are redundant. And so one of the provisions that you'll see is previously, if you wanted to make comments, you could speak for 10 minutes. The new bylaws limit it to 3. There is an indication, and it is not an absolute mandatory indication, but it seems appropriate that if a member of the House of Delegates wants to introduce a matter of new business or make a motion to table a report or resolution, they do their best to give notice, as indicated here, the Wednesday prior to the meeting. But it was important, I think, and the committee or the subcommittee determined that they would leave it to the discretion of the presiding officer to waive that. So it is not an absolutely mandatory indication, but by what you'll see from probably my second presentation today, it doesn't hurt to have an indication of what people are thinking, so perhaps it can be addressed. But that is one provision there. One of the things that you'll see, and this too was amended by the executive committee, heretofore there had really been no provision for remote polling, remote voting, video conference software, and so this, of course, not only allows voting to be done via that method, but I believe heretofore there really was no provision for a member of the House of Delegates to call for an anonymous vote if they wanted to. And so part of the committee's thinking was, now that we have electronic voting, which by its nature is essentially anonymous, and you can vote without having any indication, just so long as you want to, of who you are or what you voted on any particular day, it would be lacking in parity to not allow the members present at the House or any member to avail themselves of the same type of a situation. And I guess to take it to the nth degree, there was a concern that if we did not add this in, if there were a very controversial issue, everyone could theoretically stay home and vote anonymously, and I would be talking to, C-SPAN, a room full of nobody here. And so this at least allows everyone, their way of doing this. That was a big concern of the executive committee. Initially, the proposal was only that the presiding officer could call for the anonymous written ballot. The committee felt, and it was actually voiced by several people ahead of time, that really anyone should be able to, again, avail themselves of that right, make a motion to do so, and of course that would be by majority vote and would proceed accordingly. Really, the remainder of this takes out some of the membership provisions as being just completely duplicative of the bylaws and unnecessary and perhaps contrary if there are going to be additional amendments there. But I believe that essentially covers the substance of the recommendations. Ultimately, the subcommittee did agree, the bylaw committee, and then I believe the executive committee, subject to these amendments. And so that is the proposal that is here for you today. Any questions that I may answer?
So I see there is a question from past President Vince Bizard. So Vince? Hey, Vince. Vince, are you muted?
Oh, okay.
Is he there?
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Good morning, Vince.
Great. Vince Bizard from Rochester, past president, one of the people you should be gratified by being here, according to the president-elect, which we greatly appreciate, not being part of the forgotten but not gone group. I had a couple of concerns, not actually raised by the report, but raised by my own experience. And the first is the issue of the limitation on speaking more than once. If you refer to page 2, item E, it says that you will not speak upon the same question. Well, what is the same question? Does that mean, and I hope it means, that you can speak once on the main motion and then speak again on amendments, which are a different question? But that happened to me once where I had spoken and then I didn't want to embarrass myself, and so I didn't speak on an amendment. So I think that should be clarified. And
good point.
I have a couple of suggestions about how to go about that, but that's a question. What's the view of the chair of the subcommittee on whether that means that the speaker can speak once on the main motion and then once on the amendment?
So I'm not sure that was a point of consideration that we had addressed specifically, but one that is certainly worthy of such. I'm actually going to defer slightly to those with a little bit of past experience here in what they think the proper order of operations would be by default.
Well, may I jump in? I think that by itself demonstrates the fact, if you have to go to the varied experience of varied people, that is unclear and should be fixed. And I have a very friendly amendment to do that. Or if you want to deal with my second concern, I would ask that perhaps it go back and come back, because it's been 30 years. There can't be a claim of urgency.
So Vince,
go ahead.
What we need to do first is have the motion. And I think Justin can move the issue, and then we would entertain your, I'm sorry?
I'm not a member of the House.
We need a member of the House to make the motion.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Now we'll have discussion, and if you would like Vince to make your friendly amendment.
Well, let me, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, That always works. Nobody
Whatever.
likes that. Anyway, I have a second concern, and that can't be fixed by a friendly amendment. And so my suggestion would be that after having waited 30 years, maybe it can go back and come back in January. The second concern is the murky area of what motions take precedence. We have kind of an unwritten rule that's sometimes spoken, sometimes not, that procedural motions must await the end of the meeting. But there's a great deal of confusion on what's procedural and what's substantive. And it seems to me there's kind of a standard assumption that all amendments must wait till the end, which means that oftentimes, debate can be cured if an amendment deals with the problem as you go rather than waiting till the end. But I've personally been in a situation where I tried to make a motion move during the course of a substantive debate, and the chair told me that was really out of order. Let me talk anyway, but couldn't stop me. But that's a whole area that I think needs to be straightened out one way or the other, with a clear distinction on substantive motions, which I think should be made during the course of the debate, and clearly procedural motions, which should be made at the end. So my first recommendation for dealing with that issue, it would be to ask the committee, since we have apparently a 30-year review, to fix both of those things and come back in January. The second approach would be to let me ask, would the chair agree to that, of the subcommittee?
I want to hear the rest of the comments, Vince.
No, I don't mean you. I mean the chair of the subcommittee, but whatever you want to do. But
Well,
the chair of the subcommittee, would he agree to take it back?
While I'm not making the motion, and while this did go before the Bylaws Committee, it has to do with the House rules. So I guess I'm the chair. And so I'd like to listen to a couple of other past presidents who are standing.
All right. Well, that's point one. I think it should go back. If you don't want it to go back, then I can move I can't do a friendly amendment on the issue of procedural and substantive because it's too complicated and requires research, but I can make a friendly amendment dealing with the issue of the same question, if that would be in order.
Okay, Vince, if you want to make your friendly amendment, and then I have to call on the next person.
I understand. After the word after the word at the meeting, under paragraph E, insert the following: the main motion and amendments shall be deemed to be separate questions.
Justin, will you accept that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
The mover has accepted that friendly amendment, so it would be it will be changed to reflect that, Vince. 3E. So
that's
Vince, thank you, and I'm now going to call on past President Sharon Stern Gersman.
Rid of the title of Chair of the House. And as I read Robert's rules refers to a presiding officer, but then says that that officer is to be called by his or her actual title. And then they go on, for example, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Madam Chairman, Madam President. It just, I think that chair of the House makes sense. And changing the person, I'd hate to have to address Mr. Presiding Officer, because that's in essence what you've done in the rules of the House. And so I'm going to make the suggestion that you go back to using the word chair, which is, I think, in our longstanding history, and it's going to be a habit that's going to be very, very hard to break if you don't do it. Thank you.
So would you accept that as a friendly amendment, Justin?
No.
Okay, so,
Not so friendly.
that was one of the main things we started with.
To me, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, yes, then,
I would suggest that we accept it.
okay, then I am absolutely fine with it.
And now past President Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Scott
No
Carson.
change has been made yet.
Scott Carson, past president. And I rise because this may be water under the bridge, because through the use of our remote voting, we may already have essentially anonymous voting. And if that's the case, so be it. But I am clearly troubled by a provision of the rules which expressly authorizes anonymous voting across the board. We are, after all, a body that prides itself in robust debate, and just as we do in our professional lives, when we come here to the House of Delegates, we debate, we take positions, we vote, and in many cases, we answer to constituencies who want to know what position we took on a particular issue, whether it's a judicial district or a section, whatever the case may be. And by expressly, again, I understand that people who are voting remotely are essentially voting anonymously, but I don't want to sanction that more than is absolutely necessary by authorizing anonymous written ballots across the board. I really think that we are lawyers, we should stand up, we should take positions, and at the end of the day, we do so civilly, with civility, and so be it. And that's why I'm troubled by this provision.
Thank you, Scott. I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's
see
quite
that.
all right.
Yes, thank you.
Past President Scott Carson has said that far more eloquently than I could. I join in his concern. We should have the courage of our convictions. Oh, Jonah Treebosser from the Criminal Justice Section. We should have the courage of our convictions to go on the record. And I think what we need to do is consult with our tech people to find out how our friends on Zoom can vote on the record rather than anonymously. Thank you. And I do compliment the committee on their work.
So Elena,
First and foremost, I think.
identify yourself.
Oh,
please.
I apologize. Elena DeFeo Keen, VP from the 3rd Judicial District. First, Justin, I think that we would all be remiss if we did not thank you for your grace, not only during this meeting, but during the EC meeting. So you have been really an incredibly wonderful sport in all of this, as we've given you one change after another. So first, I want to say thank you, okay? Seriously. For those of you who are not on the EC, he has already gone through this gamut multiple times yesterday. So really, thank you. The other thing is, 2 questions. Before we vote on, Mr. Chair, I was going to ask that if you could just clarify the friendly amendment at that time that was accepted earlier by our past president. But I would like to address this issue of anonymous, because I think it's important. And I'm going to, ultimately, I know that my colleague Eileen is going to do the same, but I want to address it from a different perspective.
Okay, Elena, but your time has run already, so I want you to. I have a red light here, but keep going. Because
I did not speak for 3 minutes, so I apologize. Let me go really quickly. So the most important thing is on the anonymous. I want to make sure that everybody understands that this is, you just can't unilaterally have an anonymous vote. You can stand and make a motion, which then goes to this body to determine whether it will or will not be anonymous. So I believe that that provides the appropriate checks and balances, and therefore, as the language has been revised based on the EC, I would support this language as drafted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Eileen.
Eileen Buholtz. I'm a delegate from the Tickle section. I am on the Bylaws Committee, and I was on a subcommittee with Justin. And
Oh.
if I had not deferred to him, I'd have to be standing there myself defending this. With regard to the presiding officer, if you look at the rules as they read now, it's the entire set of rules is entirely inconsistent with. It refers to presiding officer in one place, it refers to chair in another place, it refers to something else in another place. If you look at our bylaws, the chair has a specific definition, and then it has people who can serve in the absence of the chair. That's why we chose presiding officer, because it was more inclusive, and it was less specific, and it was clearer. With regard to the anonymous, I think I agree that it should be submitted to a vote of the House, whether a vote is anonymous. You get people trolling, watching us on YouTube or on our live feed. With regard to the health law section report in 2020 and 2021, there was tremendous pressure put on people, but I've also heard examples of pressure being put internally on one member against another for their vote, and that troubles me a great deal.
Thank you, Eileen. Past President Seymour James.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I also want to speak to the issue of the anonymous ballot. This House is always engaged in vigorous debate. Over the years, there have been some contentious issues where we have had civil discourse. The current ABA president has encouraged lawyers to continue to engage in civil discourse, which is somewhat inconsistent with what's been going on throughout the country. We all, except for the past presidents, represent a constituency, whether it be a section, a bar association, or a judicial district. And we're chosen to represent those entities. And I think the people in those entities are entitled to know how we vote. When you're selected, they select you because they believe that you will exercise good judgment. Actually, some entities, I believe, actually direct people how to vote on certain issues. Others give them the discretion. But in any event, those who are choosing delegates, I think, are entitled to know how those delegates vote so that they can determine whether, in fact, they want them to continue as delegates. This is a policy-making body of this association. We should not be making policy in secret. And if anybody is not willing to stand up for what they believe, then they should not be a member of this House. I believe it's really important that ballots not be anonymous and that people stand up for what they believe and vote their conscience or their direction, but it be a public acknowledgement of that position.
Thank you, Seymour. Hermes.
Thank you. Hermes Fernandez, delegate from the 3rd District. I too believe that anonymous written ballots would be inappropriate for this body for many of the reasons that have already been stated. I also think it's important that we all simply stand up and be counted. We cannot allow ourselves to be bullied by dark forces on the right, on the left, or wherever else they may be. And I want to state that I was chair of the health law section 3 years ago when we put forward a proposal or a report that included what became a controversial proposal on vaccinations. And at that time, because we did that, I personally was subjected to many calls from outside of the Bar Association, as were others who were involved in that report. My law firm received many calls like that. My partners decided that their favorite insult that was hurled my way was puss bucket. But.
So much for
What?
civil discourse.
So there were other contenders as well. But my point is, right,
It's good to have favorites.
it's good to have favorites, that's right. But my point is, we need to stand up and be, be behind our convictions. And to do so anonymously does not allow you to stand up behind your convictions. That's something the State Bar Association needs to do at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Hermes. Kate Madigan, past president Kate Madigan.
The discourse wasn't in the House, Dick.
I'm sorry?
It was anonymous, these people that were calling Hermes, which was just awful. But responding to what Eileen said, I understand the concern that you have. However, I believe that the access to this meeting was provided by members of the House. I could be wrong, but there's another way, there's other solutions to deal with that type of harassment, whether internal or otherwise. And as Jonah Trebweiser just said, we have the technology to be able to identify everyone who's voting. We do it at the ABA. Other state bars do it. We've done it in the past. So the fact that right now our votes may be anonymous because we're remote, it doesn't have to be that way. We have the ability to track every single vote. And I'm not going to repeat what's already been said so eloquently by Hermes and Elena and other past presidents, because this is not who we are. Transparency is what we owe our members and our constituencies.
Thank you, Kate. And everyone should note her T-shirt honoring Mike Getnick.
Yeah, Mike is out of surgery. He's resting while he's stable. And we should all be like Mike, be strong.
And past President Seymour James just wanted to add to what he had said.
I just, in support of, or I guess in support of what I said earlier, I'd like to make a motion to delete that sentence which authorizes anonymous voting. I'd like to delete
Second.
anonymous. Put it back up, please, Tom.
Okay, so there's
make a motion to.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
So there's a motion to amend on the floor. So the first thing we'll do is have discussion with regard to it, and then we'll vote on it. If there's, oh, it's already up there? Okay. So apparently there's not going to be any discussion.
Can we put it up again, Dick?
I didn't hear you. We have to redo the poll at this point. So, all in favor of the amendment? Aye. Opposed? Nay. I think the ayes have it. So that will be deleted. So now,
Tom, will you be able to help me track some of these things? Oh, thank you. My dignity.
we're waiting for the poll, right? So, Justin, can you read the amended motion? Take it again. Is it? So you want to read it? Oh, okay. So the amended motion is about to go up, and then we'll vote on that. Am I right? Tom, can you read it? Oh.
This is a generic poll.
So can we read the amended motion?
Oh, no.
Huh? Go ahead. We voted on the amendment. Now we have to read the whole thing with the friendly amendments.
No.
We're getting there. Can we read it instead of putting it? We don't want the poll. We want the amended motion so that we can vote on it. No, just that, yeah, the entire report, unless we can get it up there. For the entire report, yes.
Oh,
Does everyone have a sense of what the amended report is? So we don't have to read the whole thing, because we can't seem to get it up here.
I think we're essentially just going to indicate that voting shall be via voice vote unless the presiding officer or chair directs division of the House, comma, or if the delegate is participating remotely by polling through the video conference, and leave everything else out. And then there's no anonymous provision in the rules.
So I would entertain a motion to approve the amended House rules. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Now we have to get just a couple of seconds and we'll hopefully. Okay, approved. Our next order of business is the report of the treasurer. Thank you, Justin, very much.
We having fun yet? I have 40 pages of material that I have to go through. Exactly. All right, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you here in person. Good morning, Stephen. Or should I say past president, Stephen? As your treasurer for the last 3.5 some odd years, I take great pride in the fact that 2020 and 2021, we had some enormous successes. Thanks to the investment that we made in 2019 to our technology, we had the best 990s for those 2 years that we've ever had in the history of this association. There were a lot of factors that contributed to this. Virtual programming, reduced travel expenses, significant PPP money that we received, and the forgiveness of that loan at the cost of $1.5 million. Now, I literally do not have 40 pages of material. So what I'm going to do, for the sake of brevity, is that I am going to now punt. You have that? There we go. It's a 4-letter word. So the gentleman that's on the screen who's punting, obviously it's not me. And yesterday I misspoke by saying that was George Blanda, who just recently passed. However, it is not, and I was corrected by Chris O'Brien, who said to me that was Ray Guy, whose only job in the NFL was to punt. So I am going to punt in his honor to our distinguished finance chair, my friend Michael McNamara, for the balance of the report, because you don't want to hear it twice. So I'm going to punt it to Michael, and I know he will do a great job. Thank you very much.
And Ray Guy, by the way, was the first punter ever to be inducted into the Football Hall of Fame. Our next event will be an address from our president, Sherry Levin Wallach.
Good morning, everyone. I hope my report isn't an event, but I hope that I can share with you some of the really exciting things that we have been doing and that we anticipate to do to invest in the future of our profession. So it is my privilege to be here today with all of you in Albany. Isn't it great to be back in our bar center? And as many of you do know, the theme of my presidency has been investing in the future of the profession. In my remarks today, I will highlight how we have collectively been positioning NYSBA and ourselves as members and attorneys for a bright, exciting, and impactful future. Let me start by saying that being in the Bar Center is refreshing and reinvigorating. This is the first in-person meeting of our House of Delegates held in the Bar Center since November 2019. It actually took me a few minutes to really think about that. It's incredible how long ago we were all here together in this building. And I am so happy and grateful to all of you who are here today with us. And it's good to be here. It feels good to be home. Being here allows us to use our technology and space offered by the building to produce a modern and engaging hybrid meeting of the House of Delegates. I am so very pleased to tell you that thanks to the hard work and cooperation of the leaders of this great association and the Bar Foundation, that the Bar Center at 1 Elk Street will remain our home into the future. Together, in our building and using our resources, we can grasp new opportunities and create new experiences and new memories in this wonderful, historic place where we have already spent an incredible 50 years. Now, we can begin the important work we must do to update and renovate our Bar Center. And I can assure you that we are moving forward with the same vigor and passion that our leaders did 50 years ago when they brought us to the Bar Center, that we still are so proud to call our home today. The process of transferring 1 Elk has strengthened the bonds between the New York State Bar Association and our sister organization, the New York Bar Foundation. The members of the House of Delegates also serve as members of the foundation, and the connections between our organizations are powerful and mutually beneficial. I am also confident that the foundation will continue to support the New York State Bar Association to invest in the future of our profession and build our future together, as well as continue the work of the New York State Bar Association's public-focused programs, including attorney wellness, lawyer assistance, the Law, Youth, and Citizenship Program, and our pro bono projects. Financial support of these programs and our expanding attorney well-being services helps deliver real results to our members, the legal community, and to do the public good. Leadership, staff, and the Finance Committee are working diligently on launching the initial phase of construction on our building, and a committee has been formed to explore opportunities for productive future uses of our building to support the legal community and our membership. The initial phase will use monies that have already been approved by the House of Delegates to make the necessary repairs, upgrades, and renovations required to structurally maintain our building. We anticipate launching a capital fundraising campaign to provide us with necessary financial basis to execute future renovations. It has been a pleasure to see so many members at events and section meetings over the past few months, including just a few weeks ago at the Partnership Conference here in Albany, where we brought close to 400 legal services and pro bono attorneys into Albany. And I know there are a number of you here in this house today, and thank you. I have a legal services background, for those of you who don't know, and I was humbled to join the civil, legal aid attorneys, paralegals, support staff, court personnel, and pro bono attorneys for 2 days of educational programming, networking, and a celebration of the work done to advance access to justice for all New Yorkers. Each of our 22 sessions were recorded, and the videos will soon be made available on demand at the NYSBA website. Conferences like the Partnership Conference can truly serve as unifying moments for our members, especially after the last few years of uncertainty and disconnection. Registration is now open for the 2023 annual meeting. For the first time since 2020, the annual meeting will be held in person at the New York Hilton Midtown, with a limited number of virtual meetings and events to supplement the in-person programming in the days following the live meeting. The Presidential Summit, which will be co-sponsored, or should I say sponsored, by the Task Force on Mental Health and Trauma Impacted Representation, will focus in 3 parts on the challenges of representing people living with mental illness and trauma, and the intersection of this representation with attorney well-being. I am also proud to announce that the President's reception will be a celebration of diversity, held immediately after the Constance Baker Motley Symposium and Diversity Awards. I hope to see you all there. I am also thrilled to partner with the Foundation for the upcoming Presidential Gala, scheduled for Friday, January 20th at the Rainbow Room in New York City, as part of the 2023 annual meeting. I want to thank my dear friends, John Gross, Kaylin Whittingham, and Winnie Martin for leading our efforts in ticket sales and table sales, and the committee and the planning committee for all of their hard work in making this event possible. I also want to thank my dear friend, the Honorable Cheryl Chambers, for being a part of the leadership team planning this event. And finally, I want to thank the Bar Foundation's Board of Directors and President Carla Palumbo, and the New York State Bar Association's staff, as well as the foundation staff, for their support. I promise it will be a night to remember. The highlight of the evening will be a presentation of the Gold Medal Award to the highest honor that we bestow, to Sherilyn Eiffel, Senior Fellow at the Ford Foundation and former President and Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. Sherilyn is a force, and I am thrilled that she is going to be accepting our honor. I hope that you will show your support for the New York State Bar Association by joining us for great music, an exciting auction that promises to be a night spent in celebration of the law and building a better future. As we return to in-person programming, we also continue to expand our virtual bar center. The New York State Bar Association has produced thousands of CLE webinars and other remote events since the onset of the pandemic in March of 2020. Through the virtual bar center, our sections, task forces, and committees hold remote meetings and handle pressing business at rates unprecedented from before the pandemic. This impressive feat would not be possible without the dedicated efforts of our members, sections, committees, and staff. And I would like to thank and acknowledge the incredible strides that we have made here in delivering high quality, convenient online programming and the content to our members. The meeting today also highlights the potential of the Bar Center as a hybrid meeting venue. And I encourage all of your sections and committees and groups to use this facility and take advantage of these opportunities. But we continue to remain on the forefront of technology and legal issues as is our mission and as we must. The New York State Bar Association is entering the metaverse. And for those of you who have not seen the Bar Journal, I encourage you to take it, find it, and read it. The articles are educational and enlightening. And in a short while, you will hear an informational report from the co-chairs on the Task Force of Emerging Digital Finance and Currency. This task force is focused on regulatory and legal issues affecting practitioners and their clients as they transact with cryptocurrencies and engage in this stimulating and constantly evolving Web3 space. Cryptocurrencies, non-fungible tokens, otherwise known as NFTs, digital assets, and the metaverse is disrupting the way we do business, create art, buy, purchase, and own products, world finance, and yes, the practice of law in New York, around the country, and worldwide. It is the future, whether we want to face it or not. The task force will lead us into the Web3 by educating us and making recommendations as to how the New York State Bar Association can position itself in the digital world and offer innovative benefits to the members. I am pleased to announce also our partnership with the NYU Metaverse Collaborative, to which I was named on the advisory board. We joined together with these prestigious institutions to educate and explore Web3 and the metaverse and all it has to offer, including issues and opportunities. I am excited to provide you with these exciting updates in the months to come. And I will note that in the month to come, there will be an opportunity to learn more about this space, which my task force will speak about shortly. Concerning other presidential initiatives, the Task Force on Ethics of Public Sector Lawyering, which will give an informational report at the upcoming House meeting, is examining the difficult challenges faced by public sector lawyers who represent government entities. The co-chairs of the Task Force on Modernization of Criminal Practice will give an informational report today, highlighting its mission and the group and the work and the subcommittees that they have formed, including a subcommittee on the justice courts, sentencing, and technology, and one new one that I will leave for them to explain. Today, you will also be addressed by the Task Force on the U.S. territories, which is working hard to educate on and work to eliminate the inequalities and inequities faced by the people of the U.S. territories and the second-class citizenship status, which are founded in bias and racist belief and values. This is how we are inclusive. We must be inclusive of issues and ideas and people. You will be asked to ratify a resolution passed by the New York State Bar Association's Executive Committee and the ABA House of Delegates, calling for the insular cases to be overruled and the dissolution of the territorial incorporations doctrine, which must happen for all U.S. citizens to be truly equal. Part of that initiative includes the important work that we are doing with the Virgin Islands Bar Association, with whom we have signed a memorandum of understanding this past June, and the Puerto Rico Bar Association, Colegio de Abogado y Abogada de Puerto Rico, a relationship which we plan to formally recognize next week at the Somos meeting with a signing of a memorandum of understanding. I also wish to acknowledge the many other groups within our association that are hard at work developing important policy and recommendations, including the Task Force on Racism, Social Equity and the Law, the Task Force on the Post-Pandemic Future of the Profession, and our 28 sections, including the Women in the Law section, whose members have been hard at work developing programming and the report that you will hear later in today's agenda. Make no mistake about it, we are at a pivotal moment in American history where rights that we have fought for are being stripped away from us while still others are at risk. We, as lawyers and as a bar association, have an obligation to maintain the rule of law. We have policy that inspired and aspires for us to be diverse, equitable, and inclusive organization. Our work must reflect these values. We must lead by example and fight for the rule of law and access to justice. I have formed my initiatives with this view towards showing our association's commitment to a more inclusive and dynamic future. The New York State Bar Association is a shining star in the world of bar associations, and our work here at the New York State Bar Association becomes more influential when we collaborate with other organizations. And look no further than the 2022 annual meeting of the American Bar Association, where we were able to jointly bring 4 resolutions successfully to passage at the American Bar Association's House of Delegates. For the specifics on those resolutions, I refer you to my written report. And we were able to collaborate with the American Bar Association. And I look forward to bringing the president of the American Bar Association, a fellow New Yorker, my friend, Deborah Enix Ross, to our house in January. And let me say that I look forward to hearing her speak about her initiatives, which I wholeheartedly support, that we bring back civics, civility, and collaboration, that this is our responsibility as bar associations. I applaud her for her initiative and her motto this year, and I look forward to hearing her speak about it in January. And on the international stage, we are the voice that people want to hear in the United States. I can attest to that. We are a preeminent leader. We are prominently positioned in New York State. And the international community is looking to us constantly in the Web3 space, in the rule of law space, in the ethics space, and many, many more. They want to know our positions and how we intend to move forward. And this is wonderful because, as I stated, with virtual and Web3 now, we are a global organization, and there's no doubt about that. We must embrace this. I especially wish to commend the work of the International Section's Ukraine Task Force, including partnerships with international stakeholders like the Global Accountability Network to help the people of Ukraine and hold the Russian Federation accountable for the atrocities brought by this horrific war. I want to acknowledge the section leaders who have done so much good work in this space, including Ajish Falabi, the chair of the section, past presidents of this association, Scott Carson and Andrew Brown, and former or immediate past international section leader, Ed Lancey, for all of their incredibly hard work and the many others involved in this effort. I know so many of you have been. I also want to acknowledge the incredible and impressive and tireless leader of the Ukrainian Bar Association, my friend Anna Organchuk, who I have had the pleasure and honor to serve alongside of this year. She is a force of nature in the most difficult of times. Our role in the international community is increasingly important, especially where we stand now with all of the opportunities that we have. I have made a concerted effort to raise our visibility in the international legal community, and I promise to continue this mission. Advancing access to justice in the rule of law and society is a core purpose of our association and is a value that I and many others collectively share as lawyers. Access to justice is a statewide issue, as the seminal report of our task force on rural justice so masterfully demonstrated. But we can hope that the lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic can help in developing solutions to bridge the gap and to bridge the justice gap for all. We lawyers, we are the innovators. I want to acknowledge the Committee on Legal Aid and the President's Committee on Access to Justice, who you will hear from later this morning concerning their report on access to justice during the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge all stakeholders to thoroughly review this report and the voluminous testimony supporting it. And I trust that the document will be a great resource to the Commission to Reimagine the Future of the New York Courts, which is co-chaired by our past president, Hank Greenberg, as it continues to do its important work to guide our New York State justice system into the future. I look forward to our continued partnership with the Unified Court System, Acting Chief Judge Anthony Cannataro, and the next Chief Judge. I am also confident that the voices of the association and its thousands of members will be clearly heard in our advocacy efforts both here in Albany and in Washington, D.C., as we steadfastly advance our legislative priorities. A foremost priority in the state, and one of our foremost priorities, is the increase in assigned counsel rates to ensure adequate compensation for the private bar and safeguard the continued participation of highly qualified attorneys who are willing to accept court-appointed assignments. This is a matter not just of money, but of constitutional and statutory obligation of our state toward those children and indigent people who rely on counsel mandated by the law. On October 25th, the Executive Committee authorized the commencement of a litigation against New York State to bring about a statewide, state-funded increased assigned counsel rates. I will continue to update you on these efforts. This is an exciting time for the New York State Bar Association and an exhilarating time to be its leader. I am beyond pleased to note that we have seen a steady increase in membership this year, and to acknowledge that our sections and committees continue to produce high-quality CLEs and events at an outstanding rate. I also commend our collective efforts to increase engagement with law students, new lawyers, including members of our sections, task forces, and committees, with many thanks to the Young Lawyer Section for the significant role they play in representing the future of our profession. In September, leaders of our sections and statewide, local, and county bar specialty and affinity bar associations convened here at our bar center for 2 days of workshopping. The conference was inclusive and collaborative, and the broad diversity of the profession was well represented. It will be extremely inspiring to be a part of such a free exchange of ideas to ensure long-term health and success of our bar associations. My professional success is in large part due to my experience with the New York State Bar Association, and I will not waver in my commitment to help other attorneys grow as leaders in this great association and in associations across the world. I know that you, the members of our House of Delegates, feel the same. When we last met in June, I announced the launch of our member referral program, which will close on March 31st of next year. If you're not already participating, I encourage you to refer colleagues and associates to join the New York State Bar Association. There is no better way to offer our colleagues the lasting gift that getting them involved in an organization that will change their lives in profound and unexpected ways. And I just think of the impact we can make if everybody participates. I am looking forward to passing the leadership on to my incredible president-elect, Dick Lewis, at the end of my term. And I look forward to welcoming our new president-elect, Dominic Napolitano, my friend, into the ranks of leadership and presidency of the New York State Bar Association. Thank you.
I didn't know we were supposed to congratulate Dominic until after Hank spoke. We're going to introduce a new game. I don't know if any of you have played Where's Waldo before. We're going to introduce one for the Bar Association, Where's Sherry? Because whenever you see or talk to Sherry, she's somewhere else. She may be in Miami, she may be in Puerto Rico, she may be in England. So it's pretty hard to keep up with her, and her energy is phenomenal. So thank you for your discussion of your activities. We are also very lucky to have Michael McNamara as the chair of our Finance Committee. He does an incredible job. He does an awful lot of work, and he's going to share some numbers with us today, and it's going to be very exciting.
So good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Finance Committee, I'm here today to present the 2023 budget and to report on the financial condition of the association. I want to thank my good friend Dominic Napolitano for his punting this over to me. I'm not going to congratulate you on your new office because that would be premature, but you obviously already have quite a bit of training because you're learning to delegate already. So that's an important task for the president of the association. I don't see my friend Bob Schofield. He mentioned the budget presentation earlier. I was going to thank him for warming the crowd up with that scintillating discussion of the bylaws, but we'll leave that till next I see Bob. Okay, so when we met in Cooperstown a year ago, the financial winds were really at our back. The association had racked up huge operating surpluses during nearly 2 years of COVID. Our PPP loan had been forgiven. Financial markets were at or near all-time highs. We knew there would be challenges ahead in 2022, but I doubt anyone could have predicted how many challenges and how difficult the economic environment would be. You see on your screen the highlights of 2022. We've had runaway inflation, continuing supply chain issues, aggressive interest rate hikes, a war in Ukraine, and an historic downturn in financial markets. So it's been a quite challenging 2022. NYSBA has not been immune to the effects of these challenges, though the association does remain in a strong financial position. And I have at least some good news this morning. So as reflected on slide 2, the 2023 budget that you're being asked to approve today is balanced and in fact projects a surplus of just over $49,000. More good news when all is said and done and we close the books on 2022, despite the challenges, we expect that we will record a surplus for the year. I'm also pleased to report that the association has resolved its tax dispute with the City of Albany regarding this building on quite favorable terms, saving NYSBA about $85,000 this year and resulting in substantial savings going forward. Congratulations to David Miranda and everyone involved for achieving that terrific outcome. With regard to NYSBA's long-term investments, after years of growth, our portfolio has been dented, like everyone else's, by the strong headwinds of 2022. I'll talk a little more this morning about NYSBA's investments and share with you some additional detail and perspective about our financial position. So let's turn to the proposed budget and briefly review the process. And I will try to do this quickly given the comments of Bob and our chair. As many of you know, a lot of work goes into the association's budget. In your materials, you have a packet that sets forth high-level information, a summary of projected revenue and expense items for 2023, 2022 projections and results, as well as results that go back to 2019. The complete budget that was approved by the Finance Committee runs 140 pages, and it details line by line the financial affairs, the financial life of this association. Its preparation literally takes months. It begins in June at the start of the association year, and it involves an enormous amount of work by Chris O'Brien, who is over to my left, Amira Rizvanovich, and the finance department, who work closely with department heads, committee and section chairs, and staff in developing a preliminary budget. From there, we have meetings with key department heads at the Finance Committee, and all of which culminates in a draft budget that the Finance Committee reviews page by page, line by line, in an October marathon session. My profound thanks to Chris and Amira for all of your hard work on the budget this year, last year, all your help throughout the entire year. They really are invaluable resources to this association. So today I'm going to focus on just a few key items that have received significant attention from the Finance Committee. Before I turn to numbers, let me recognize and thank the current members of the Finance Committee: Tara Ann Pleat, Jackie Drohan, Drew Jaglam, who's here today, the Honorable Cheryl Chambers, who's here today, Taya Grays, as well as our ex officio members, President Sherry Levin-Wallach, President-elect Dick Lewis, Treasurer Dominic Napolitano, and immediate past President Andrew Brown. So now turning to the 2023 proposed budget, you'll see on slide 2, we've got projected revenue of $20,521,643 against expenses of $20,472,563 for a surplus of $49,080. On the income side, can we see the next slide? Yeah. Line 1 is membership dues, and line 1, of course, is membership is very, very important. The Finance Committee spent a lot of time this year on membership, meeting with Gerard McAvee and others, talking about all the initiatives that were underway and that were planned. As you can see on the screen, the House approved an income budget of $9,373,690 for this year. We expect to end up the year at $9 million. By comparison, in 2021, membership revenue came in more than $550,000 over the projection. We actually had $9,335,000 plus against the budget of $8,764,000. That budget going into 2021 reflected all the uncertainties of COVID. We actually took the budget down quite a bit, thinking that we would really be hit by COVID. And instead, we're, as I said, over $550,000 over that. So really great numbers. Slide 4, next slide, shows membership dues as of 9/30 for the last 4 years. In terms of 2022, I think it's fair to say the result is a little disappointing, though there has been a noticeable uptick in membership revenue over the past few months. Some of you may recall that in Dominic's treasurer reports earlier this year, the proposed shortfall was running in the $575,000 range instead of about $375,000 where we expect to wind up. There are, as I said, a lot of initiatives underway at the membership department. I don't have the time to do justice to all of them this morning. One I would like to mention is a program of outbound calls that membership initiated, I think over the summer, that's produced over 600 renewals and almost 400 joins or rejoins and about $170,000 in revenue. There's another initiative they're planning to roll out as of January 1st, which is essentially a firm enterprise model. And it'll enroll all of a firm's attorneys as members and then provide all access passes to CLE for those members. So Vicki Shaw, our Senior Director of Attorney Engagement and Retention, Gerard McAvee, our Associate Executive Director, and the Membership Committee are all working hard on these efforts, and we're grateful to them for their efforts. For 2023, in line with the results for 2022, we're projecting member dues of $9 million. Turning to CLE, as I said a year ago, no one could have predicted the extraordinary success of CLE during COVID. Powered by huge numbers of online programs that were created for COVID at minimal cost, CLE netted over $1.9 million in profit in 2020 and followed that up with $1.66 million in 2021. That's profit, over $3.5 million of profit for CLE in 2 years. It's really amazing. For 2022, results continued to be very impressive, although somewhat short of the dizzying heights of 2020 and 2021, as we returned to more live CLE events and the amount of online programming decreased. So the slide that's up in front of you now shows total CLE revenues as of 9/30 for the years. This is total revenues, not profits. 2019 to 2022. CLE is projected to end 2022 with just under $2.1 million in total revenue, down from $2.7 million in 2021, I think that reflects in part the way we account for CLE revenues, live meetings versus online meetings. So it's not as great a disparity as those numbers would suggest. Like with membership, the Finance Committee has devoted considerable time and attention to CLE. We've spent a lot of time with Kathy Stahusky talking about the challenges that she faced in 2022 and their plans going forward to increase programming and improve profitability even more. Those plans include a number of initiatives, including working with sections to return to practical skills programming to meet the needs of newly admitted lawyers, cybersecurity programs that are designed to meet the new requirement imposed on all of us by the CLE board, and continuing their focus on increasing subscriptions to our all access passes and working with membership on firm and group billing. So for 2023, we're forecasting CLE revenues of $2.39 million, which is more than we generated in 2022, but significantly less than was forecasted for 2022. As you'll note, see slide 3 again. Go back. The income number for the annual meeting is substantially higher in 2023 than it was in 2022. That reflects, as President Levin-Wallach noted in her remarks, we plan to be live in January at the New York Hilton. A year ago, the annual meeting budget was probably the trickiest issue that the Finance Committee faced because it kept changing because of COVID. We started out planning a fully live event in January of 2022. By the time we got to Cooperstown, it was a reduced in-person event. And of course, thanks to Omicron, it was a virtual event by the time we got to January of 2022. So fingers crossed, as of now, we expect to be live in January. And our thanks to Sections and Meeting Director Pat Stockley, who has had the task of negotiating concessions with the Hilton over the past couple of years as meetings have moved around. They've changed, they've shifted. We were going to have an annual meeting, then we had a meeting in April. So Pat has had to deal with the Hilton all through that, and she's done a terrific job of wrangling concessions out of the Hilton on our room blocks and our food and beverage guarantees. Turning now to investments. And this is, of course, the most challenging financial news of 2022. Without getting too far into the weeds, maybe you can show us the next slide. Keep going. One more. Yeah, okay. So some of you know that there are a few different components to NYSBA's financial assets. There's a long-term reserve fund, there's a Cromwell fund, general fund, and specific reserve funds that have been established for the building. The long-term reserve fund and the Cromwell fund are the only funds with equity exposure. As you can see on slide 7, the long-term reserve fund, it's a long-term permanent fund. It's designed to ensure total return, and it's really for funds not needed to meet current operating expenses. And it's intended to provide a reserve against unusual, unplanned, extraordinary obligations which can't be met through the operating budget. Basically, it was set up to permit a greater return to be realized on funds that we don't immediately need. The Cromwell Fund is also a long-term permanent fund. So both of these funds, as long-term funds, have for many years been invested in a diversified portfolio of equities and fixed income that's managed by teams of professional advisors from UBS and Bank of America. As many of you know, probably many of you, if not all of you, have experienced, because both stocks and bond prices have slumped this year, this has not been a good year for diversified portfolios of equity and fixed income. Slide 8 shows the long-term reserve fund balance was $28,533,677 on 10/31, down from year-end 2021. Interestingly, you'll also note that the 10/31 balance is higher than it was December 31, 2019. And as slide 8 also shows, and we went back and pulled out some data, at year-end 2008, the height of the last financial crisis, when a lot of people thought the world was ending, the long-term reserve fund balance was $10,621,782, about $18 million less than it was on October 31 of 2022. Could show us the next slide? Yeah, this slide shows a similar story for the Cromwell Fund. So it's down from year-end 2021, higher than year-end 2019, and more than twice as high as it was at year-end 2008. So no one likes losses or reporting bad news. I certainly don't. But I wanted to share some information with you to underscore the point that these are long-term investments and they've grown substantially over time. And one takeaway is that if NYSBA had gone to cash in December of 2008, and many people did, many investors pulled out of the market, even some institutions significantly altered their portfolio mixes, we'd be in a far less advantageous position today. None of this is to say that market volatility is not a cause for serious concern. It is, and it warrants careful attention. And so during 2022, the investment subcommittee has been meeting regularly with our advisors and talking to each other. We've discussed and considered modest adjustments to our portfolio, but we consciously did not make any abrupt changes to our investment strategy during 2022, deciding instead that we would wait till year end to assess the overall portfolio, the strategy, and the advisors. Hopefully, when the dust settles. It doesn't look by the way that the dust is settling at this point, but we'll see, and we'll see what Q1 brings in 2023. There's also a general fund to give you an additional sense of sort of our assets. It includes accumulated funds from operations over time, section surplus funds. It's primarily invested in bond portfolios managed by JP Morgan. In most cases, we own the bonds. It had a balance of $19,533,686 as of October 31, which includes a little over $4 million in section funds. Our bond portfolios have suffered losses in 2022 as well, of course, mostly unrealized losses, though much less on a percentage basis than the long-term funds, which have equity exposure. To round it out, we also have $1.5 million in cash, as Dominic mentioned, from our PPP loan that's been forgiven. And there are building reserve funds totaling over $2.1 million. So as I said at the outset, we remain in a strong financial position, not as strong as a year ago, but a strong financial position. On the expense side, let me comment briefly on the building. The Finance Committee, as Sherry said, has been working closely with her and leadership on the plans for repair and renovation of the building. The plans have not been finalized, but our assumption has been and continues to be that the amount necessary for necessary repairs and renovations will be in line with the $4.8 million sticker that the House was informed about last year when it approved the MOU and agreed to take back ownership of One Elk. I think it's fair to say that no one, including no one on finance, is thrilled about the prospect of spending a lot of money on building repairs, especially in this economic environment. But the reality is we own the building, and there are necessary repairs to make the building safe, make the building work, make the building as effective as can be. And so those are things that we will be undertaking. There is a silver lining from a financial perspective in that our surplus last year, $5.2 million, should fully offset the cost of the planned repairs. So more good news. Beyond that, of course, we'll continue to coordinate with and support leadership on its fundraising efforts to attract third-party funds for additional improvements to the building. And just a few closing thoughts. So a year ago, I had the pleasure of reporting a lot of good financial news and applauding the foresight and efforts of the leaders and staff who made it possible. By comparison, preparing and delivering this report has been less fun. We knew that there would be turbulence ahead, that membership in CLE are a constant challenge and would continue to be, that financial markets go up and down, not just up, and that the new normal would be bumpy as we move back to more in-person events. All of that was true. And obviously we didn't know about, what we cheerily called the highlights of 2022, which of course haven't been such highlights. And no doubt 2023 will present additional challenges. We live in a complicated world, and operating a successful bar association like the New York State Bar Association is never easy. But when you step back and you consider everything that's happened in the world over the past 3 years, pandemic, shutdowns, all the horrors of the last 3 years, I would submit to you the operational and financial results of this association are pretty remarkable. And in my view, that is in large part due to our dedicated and talented staff, some of whom I've mentioned this morning, led by our outstanding Executive Director, Pam McDevitt. And because of that, I think we have good reason to be optimistic that NYSBA will continue to thrive as we move forward. That concludes my report, I guess we're calling you Mr. Chairman. And as a member of the House of Delegates, I hereby move the adoption of the 2023 budget.
There's a second? Any discussion? Past President Steve Younger.
Good morning, Mr. McNamara. Steve Younger, past president. A country lawyer from the Lower East Side. Y también Manhattan, Maine, Maryland, and now Nashville, where my newest grandson is from. I'd just like to say thank you to Hank Greenberg. Where's Hank? For delivering an extraordinary slate. Shepherded. He delivered it in the executive committee yesterday. I was there watching him, sitting across the hall, and I went on a part of personal privilege. Congratulate my dear friend Dominic Napolitano as our next president-elect of the New York State Bar Association from the great city of Brooklyn of 3 million people. Is this out of order? He will follow Bob Whitmer. He will follow Hugh Jones, Kate Madigan, and Mike Ginley. Next, I want to congratulate Susan Harper, the founding member of our Women in Law section. Does she know anything about money? She knows where all those bags of cash in the basement. I'm kidding. No, Susan was the president of the Financial Women's Association. Now, Dominic, what does this have to do with finances? Nothing, right? No. Our state bar speaks to the issues of the day. Our state bar speaks to what's in this building and what's across the street and over there, the New York Court of Appeals. Why? Because we are New York lawyers, whether it's from Manhattan onto Albany, to Messina, New York, to Erie County, to Rochester. We are the voice of more lawyers than any state in the world. Our voice, as you heard from Sherry, is carried in California. It's carried in Miami, in the Caribbean, over to London, a little city, right? To India, around to Singapore. And why is that? Because we are New York lawyers, right? Are we? Are we New York lawyers? And what do New York lawyers do? We teach each other with respect, with dignity, because we're officers of the court. We may disagree. We don't do it disagreeably, but a lot of times we disagree, right? But we don't air our dirty laundry in public. We treat each other with respect every day because we are professionals. And with that, I just want to sit down, but first, I want to thank our phenomenal president, the rock star of the New York State Bar, Sherry. Her successor, Dick Lewis, from my favorite highway, the Warren Anderson Highway. Everybody knows where that is, I-88. And more importantly, when I go to Brooklyn and I need a real estate deal done, who do I call? Ghostbusters? No. Dominic Napolitano. Thank you for that point of privilege, Mr. Napolitano. And by the way, Susan, you know you have very good shoes, right? Because Dominic has the best shoes and the best pocket squares in all of New York. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve.
So Steve, you're a yes on the budget, right?
And I called for no more debate.
Now on to finances. My name is Craig Buckeye. representing Bar Association of Erie County. I'm a past treasurer of the Bar Association of Erie County, so I get excited about financial stuff. I am concerned about the fact that in 2022, it looks like we're going to fall about $1 million plus short of projection with respect to membership dues and continuing legal education put together. Now, fortunately, that's being offset by a pretty significant drop in expenses with respect to the sections, but it isn't always going to be that way. I mean, sections are going to start meeting again now that we're coming out of the pandemic. And so I would urge the Finance Committee just to exercise constant caution over the course of the year in terms of making the modifications that are necessary in order to respond to the realities that may be seen in 2023. We had deficits in the Bar Association of Erie County for many, many years. Over the past 5-6 years, we've been able to reverse those trends through cost control, through offering more CLEs, but also one thing we've been able to do is attract a lot of new sponsorships in terms of reaching out to law firms, reaching out to third-party service providers, stenography companies, banks, insurance providers to sponsor events that previously did not have sponsors before. And via that means, we've been able to generate tens of thousands of dollars of new revenue for Bar Association of Erie County so that we've been able to reverse those deficits. And so what I would encourage the State Bar Association to do, to the extent that it isn't being done, is to look into those opportunities when CLEs are taking place, because you don't need to just get revenue by people paying for the CLEs. You can have other ways of generating revenue too. And so perhaps that might be a way to lift the amount of income that's being received from the CLE programs and perhaps boost up the positive numbers on those line items.
Great. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, if I could, Dick, let me just respond very briefly. And thank you for your comment. I'm well aware of the data point that you raised about the $1 million in membership in CLE. Everybody in finance is well aware of it. And you know, in preparing this, I would say I worked a lot, and I hope it was conveyed on the tone. I did not want to send this notion that everything is just great and it's wonderful. That is definitely not my message today. And I wanted to underscore that by saying we spent a lot of time with membership in CLE. Yesterday, the executive committee heard extended presentations from membership in CLE. This is really very much on our radar screen. So we are vigilant. As I said, I can't do justice to all of the things that CLE and membership are doing, but they are doing a lot of things, and they have driven some amazing results. And I would just say, I do think it's amazing how it's held up and how we've prospered from those areas, but we are very aware that every year is a new challenge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jai Chandrasekhar from the New York County Lawyers Association. I'd like to thank Michael McNamara and all the members of the Finance Committee and the others in leadership and the staff for their excellent stewardship of our resources in challenging times. I have one question about the planned spending on this building. We heard both from Mike McNamara and from the President about a plan to spend $4.8 million on necessary structural repairs. And my question is whether that includes compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. My understanding is that the building is not, strictly speaking, required to comply with the ADA, because I think we're grandfathered, but I know there's been a lot of discussion in the House before about how we would very much like to comply with the ADA. So is that part of the 4.8 million, or is that going to come later as part of the further fundraising?
Mr. Lewis, on a point of personal privilege, I tried one of the most important accessibility cases involving an historic building in a court you'd never heard of because it's an administrative body. And my co-counsel was the leading expert on accessibility across the country. And he engaged, who nobody I'd ever knew, who was Obama's expert on accessibility, first in the task force, and then designing the Obama White House. And guess who's going to walk this building pro bono in the next week? Because he's volunteered to do that, because it's one of the most important things we need to do in this building. I thank you for raising that.
Okay. So Jai, the answer is yes. The necessary repairs and renovations that we identified, going back to sort of when the MOU was being considered, there was, as you'll remember, a lease negotiation team chaired by David Miranda, Sandra Rivera, and I was part of that, and issued a very lengthy report. That report had lots and lots and lots of attachments. The $4.8 million reflected necessary repairs and renovations, including those ADA issues. So yes, the answer is yes. And while the Finance Committee is not sort of driving the plans, our role is more the financial discipline and making sure that things stay in line. But yes, that's absolutely part of the plan. It's not a for later consideration.
Thank you. I'm delighted to hear it.
Thank you. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to adopt.
You got it.
Oh, we've done that?
Got it.
Great. Is there any more comment? Any more questions? There being none, all in favor of adopting the budget presented by Michael McNamara? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Michael, thank you.
Thank you.
I have to say that with Michael and Dominic and Vicky Shaw, I feel very comfortable with the handling of our finances, New York State Bar Association. Our next item on our agenda is the memorial for the Honorable Richard D. Simons. Richard Duncan Simons, former Associate Judge of the Court of Appeals from 1983 to 1997, and Acting Chief Judge in 1992 and early 1993, passed away this past July at the age of 95. Judge Howard Levine is here today, a former colleague and friend, and he will memorialize Judge Simons.
Good morning, everybody. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak to you, the leaders of the organized bar of the state of New York, in celebration of the life of Judge Richard D. Simons. Dick passed away, as you just heard, last July at age 95. He was appointed as Associate Judge of our state's highest court in 1983 and served a full 14-year term. It was my privilege to serve with him and thereby observe his extraordinary judicial talents while also enjoying his close friendship during the last 5 years of his time on the court. One of his singular contributions to the court was his service as acting chief judge, chosen as such by the other members of the court following the resignation of Chief Judge Saul Walkler as a result of a criminal investigation which cast doubt upon the reputation of the court and the soundness of its decisions in the last several years of Walkler's leadership. It was Dick's calm, strong presence and intellectual and moral leadership that enabled the court to survive those troubled times essentially unscathed. Richard D. Simons, upon my observation, was a superb common law appellate judge. He was also a superb human being. He was kind, generous to a fault, open-minded, with a wry and dry sense of humor. He was idolized by his law clerks for having a profound influence not only upon their legal careers, but on how they lived their lives. One of those clerks, David McGraw, who attained great success as senior vice president and deputy general counsel of the New York Times, spoke at his funeral and had this to say, quote, but to talk only about Richard Simons' brilliant career as a jurist would be to miss so much, to miss out really on the essence of who he was as a man. He didn't just change the law, he changed lives. In saying that, I speak not just for myself, but for all of his former clerks. David McGraw also related a conversation he had with Dick after he had retired, in which David asked Dick, quote, "What made a great judge?" And he said, referring to Dick Simons, "Honesty, patience, industry," and then he paused and added, "courage." I would add to those qualities one more trait that Richard Simons possessed as a great judge: rectitude. Dick agreed with Cardozo that important decisions of long-lasting influence and guidance would also have a moral dimension, reflecting the best values of society. To illustrate those qualities of Dick's greatness, I will briefly discuss two of his judicial writings. The first is Brown v. State of New York, a case of the most extreme racial profiling, before that phrase ever came into being, by local and state police. And it involved an elderly white woman who had reported being robbed at knife point on a public street in the city of Oneonta by a black man whose hand was cut during the incident. The police had no more detailed description nor other clues leading to the assailant. So what did they do? They rounded up every one of the black students at the Oneonta State College and confronted every black male encountered in the city for interrogation and display of their hands, all to no avail. A class action was started for damages on behalf of all those black males, and it was commenced under the theory of constitutional tort, based on the violation of their rights under the New York State Constitution to equal protection and freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures. Damages for a constitutional tort was not recognized in New York at that time unless it was specifically linked to a traditional tort. So new law had to be made in the common law process. Dick, writing for a 5-1 Court of Appeals majority, created that new law in what I consider to be a textbook writing in the common law tradition. The undisputed facts are succinctly marshaled, the opposing positions are respectfully addressed, and cogent reasons are given for rejecting the losing side's position, which in this case was that of the state's opposition to the new tort. The analysis followed a logical progression to the extent that the outcome appears to be inevitable. Richard Simons' conclusion reflects that moral dimension. This is what he said, quote, "The point is that no government can sustain itself, much less flourish, unless it affirms and reinforces the fundamental values that define it by placing the moral and coercive powers of the state behind those values." The second writing was before he became a member of the Court of Appeals, while he was still an appellate division justice in the 4th Department. The case was matter of Jacob Fuchsberg, who was then an elected associate judge of the Court of Appeals. It was before a 5-judge court on the judiciary, which was part of the process before the constitutional amendment making the Commission on Judicial Conduct the sole force in a disciplinary matter involving misconduct by the judiciary. The 5 judges were selected by then Chief Judge Charles Breitel, and they were among the most highly respected justices of the appellate division, coming from all major parts of the state. Dick was chosen from the 4th Department. Fuchsberg's most serious charges arose out of his trading in millions of, multi-millions of dollars in New York City short-term notes and Municipal Assistance Corp bonds. This was all during the city's extreme financial crisis of the 1970s, and they were issued in part to avoid municipal bankruptcy, along with other emergency measures, including a moratorium on redemption of those notes. Many of those matters became the subject of legal challenges, which foreseeably would ultimately reach the Court of Appeals. Fuchsberg did not dispute that the value of his New York debt securities would be affected by the court's dispositions of those challenges. Nonetheless, he did not recuse, and most of those appeals sat on them in clear violation of ethical canons relating to judicial conflicts of interest. A majority of the members of the court on the judiciary informally reprimanded Judge Fuchsberg for those ethical violations, but declined to institute formal proceedings to remove or otherwise discipline him. Judge Simon's strong dissent manifested his courage and rectitude, those qualities that we've already discussed. And in 1978, when the Court on the Judiciary met to consider the Fuchsberg matter, Dick Simons had already achieved a reputation as one of the most ablest appellate jurists in the state, and he made no effort to conceal his aspiration to someday sit on the Court of Appeals. Jacob Fuchsberg was not only a very wealthy man, but he was also quite powerful politically, with well-known close connections to groups and associations in the personal injury and criminal defense bars, who furthered their political agenda with generous donations to candidates for high state office. Nonetheless, Richard Simons dissented alone. And I will close my remarks here with his eloquent closing remarks in matter of Fuchsberg. Quote, "The evidence presented raises issues going directly to the heart of the judicial system, the impartiality of its judges, and the integrity of the court's decisions. The public interest requires that neither be compromised in appearance or in fact, for the public must respect the courts, and the judges of the courts must deserve that respect of the public. That is the bedrock upon which our system of law is built. For the courts have little else to enforce compliance with their judgments other than to acceptability on them born of public respect." That was the Richard Simons for whom I had the highest respect and admiration, and whose friendship I treasured. May his memory always be a blessing. Thank you.
As always, Judge Levine, magnificent job. And I just want to tell you that your name still comes up regularly amongst the lawyers of the Third Department. Our next item of business is going to be the report of the Nominating Committee by former President Henry M. Greenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Judge Levine's stirring remarks. Judge Levine, a giant of the law. Speaking of yet another giant of the law, for those of you who had the privilege of knowing Richard Simons, I think places in perspective the solemn obligation that the nominating committee just discharged yesterday, and it is my privilege to share with you, which is to pass on from one generation the next generation of future leaders of the organized bar, which Judge Levine and Judge Simons, through their example, provide an inspiration and a guide. As I mentioned, the nominating committee yesterday met. It was their third meeting, and my deepest gratitude to all the members of the nominating committee who I see around here today, who discharged their responsibilities extraordinarily well, with a solemnity and a seriousness of purpose and a high-minded conversation with civility, even when one disagreed. That was an inspiration. The report that I deliver to you today, in order of the officers that were nominated, first, foremost, my very great privilege to tell you that the president-elect designee of the New York State Bar Association is none other than Dominic Napolitano. The secretary and treasurers, respectively, that were nominated were Taya Grays as secretary and treasurer Susan Harper. Now, it's now my task to recite a number of names. So if I could be presumptuous, I suggest you hold your applause, because this is going to take a minute, but there was quite a bit of work for the nominating committee to do. First, the vice presidents of the association will be from the 1st District, Michael McNamara, again from the 1st District, Bridget Ahn, from the 2nd District, Pauline Young Ha, the 3rd District, Jane Bello Burke, the 4th District, Nancy Schiketti, the 5th District, Judge James P. Murphy, the 6th District, Michael R. May, the 7th District, Mark Moretti, the 8th District, Kathleen M. Sweet, the 9th District, Karen Beltran, the 10th District, Michael A. Markowitz, the 11th District, David L. Cohen, the 12th District, Michael A. Marinaccio, the 3rd District, Orrin Cohn. Elected delegates to the House of Delegates from the 1st District, Diana Sen, James Kobach, Stephen Lessard, the 2nd District, the Honorable Barry Kamens, Amy Richter, Anthony Vaughn, the 3rd District, Colleen Pearson, Hermes Fernandez, Mara Afzali, the 4th District, Nicole Clothier, M. Elizabeth Carino, Margaret E. Gilmartin, the 5th District, Stuart LaRose, John T. McCann, Jean Marie Westlake, the 6th District, Rachel Ellen Miller, Alyssa Barrero, Jerry Ann Duval, the 7th District, Dwayne T. Basco, Stephen Kelly, and Amy Schwartz Wallace, the 8th District, Norman Effman, Sophie Fiel, Leah Nowatarski, the 9th District, John Papalardo, Claire Degnan, the Honorable Linda S. Jameson, the 10th District, Peter H. Levy, Justin M. Block, Harvey B. Bisunder, the 11th District, Justice Karina E. Alamar, Kristen J. Dubowski, Arthur N. Terranova, the 12th District, Samuel Braverman, Renee Hill, and Stephen Millan, the 13th District, Alyn Crawford, Edwina Francis Martin, and Sheila McGinn. Executive Committee members at large for 2-year terms commencing June 1, 2022 to May 31, 2024. Lamar Jackson, Thomas Maroney, Christopher Riano. The section member at large to the Executive Committee for a 2-year term, Barry Skidelsky. Delegates to the American Bar Association House of Delegates for the 2023-2025 term, Claire Gutekunst, Michael Miller, Scott Carson, Sherry Levin-Wallach, Dominic Napolitano. The 2023-2024 nominating committee members at large pursuant to the bylaws, T. Andrew Brown, myself, Michael Miller, and the 2023-24 nominating committee chair pursuant to the bylaws, past president Scott M. Carson. Mr. Chairman, that is my report from the nominating committee.
Thank you. And that's a wonderful report. Are there any questions from the floor? Seeing none, the nominating committee has moved the nominees. Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? I dare you. Abstentions? Confirmed. Great. So we're going to go out of order briefly. Yesterday, we had at the executive committee meeting, we had the privilege of hearing Jackie Drohan and Dana Syracuse speak about whatever it is they're speaking about. I'm still hung up on how I'm going to get skins for my avatar. But they are very involved in how cyber issues are going to confront attorneys as well as society. And today, for informational purposes, they're going to just basically stick their toes in the water. There's much too much out there for you to learn about, but by the time they sit down, I'm sure you'll have an interest. So Jackie and Dana. What is it? Oh, okay, great. So the name of the task force, by the way, that was appointed by Sherry is actually the Task Force on Emerging Digital Finance and Currency.
Good day, everybody. And we promise to assist you in choosing your skins. Dick. My esteemed colleagues start us off.
How do we advance the deck? How do we advance the deck?
Oh,
There. They can decide, okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dana Syracuse, partner with Perkins Coie. I'm a lawyer in the digital asset space. I've been practicing in this area for about 10 years, first as a regulator, and then in private practice since 2015, representing kind of the major infrastructure providers in the space. So exchanges, custodians, asset issuers, banks, on an array of issues, new product development, licensing. When people are speculative about the nature of cryptocurrency and whether or not it's here to stay and will regulation wipe it out of existence, one of the things I point to is a project I worked on last year with Anchorage Trust Company, which was to form the first national bank chartered for the purpose of custodying digital assets, and that was with the OCC. So needless to say, it's here to stay. Jackie, if you want to write your introduction.
Pleasure. Jacqueline Drohan, I'm an attorney with Drohan Lee in New York. I approach this space from the position of commodities and derivatives practice since 1994. And when this space began to exist in 2013, a lot of people came to us because we were known currency attorneys. And this looked like a currency to most of our clients, although to me, I was not sure of that. I've been doing corporate training in the area since 2014. We've been practicing in the space. And just before I turn it over to you for the slides, Dana, I mean, just a quick summary on how the committee came into existence. So we were approached, I've been speaking in this area for the last several years. And like CLEs and panels, this has been the hottest topic that I've seen. It's the topic that seems to approach it. To appeal to more attorneys and more members of the association than most others. Cannabis might be a close number two. But, as I was telling you this morning, Dana, I think a lot of people attend these events simply because they're intrigued or they may want to invest in this stuff. But there is an expanding, cyber currency, cryptocurrency practice area, which as we will sort of tell you, is not really a practice area yet. But there's a number of practice areas, including trust and estates and marital and a lot of other areas in which this is beginning to impinge upon. So the number of NYSBA members that have got a direct investment in this topic has really spread. So the committee is looking to do three things. One is to inform and have the association take a position on New York regulation in this area. New York's the first of most of the states to actually regulate and regulate it intelligently. Number two, to inform membership. Number one, because they want it, as I said, and they need it. This is an area where particularly smaller firms can run into trouble in practice. I think one example of that was the like ICO craze that existed from 2014 to 2016 or so, which was largely seen as a way to get around Reg D, private, exemptions for securities offerings. And then the third is to look at the way NYSBA itself can profit from it. Can making some sort of a foray into Web3 and metaverse attract membership? Can it attract younger membership? Can it attract revenues? Can it make us more accessible to global members? So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Dana.
Fantastic. So just show of hands, does anyone here own Bitcoin? Anybody? One person, okay. How many people here would call themselves a blockchain Bitcoin skeptic? You feel free to raise your hand. A lot of people. I will tell you that there is no technology that will be more disruptive to the practice of law and to your clients than blockchain technology. It will transform the types of services that your clients look to offer, which will mean that attorneys will need to approach it in a different way and understand the technology and understand the way the law applies, understand the way law is going to evolve and new laws will be introduced to those technologies. So it's going to impact your clients. It's also going to impact the practice of law and the way you need to approach the world. The regulatory landscape here, it's really going to vary by digital asset and activity type. We're going to talk about NFTs a bit here, but there are currency tokens, which are payments tokens, similar to traditional fiat currencies, stable coins. There are commodity-backed tokens, which are out in the wild now. They're backed by gold, silver, other precious metals, and other assets, other commodities. They're securities tokens, and there are NFTs. But when you walk away from this, and we're going to do a lot of good work over the course of the next year, there are things you should know. One is digital assets are here to stay. Second, everyone is going to have to come to grips with this concept of decentralization. Approaches are going to vary by geography, not just internally in the US, but externally internationally. Regulatory clarity isn't here, but it will come as different product lines come to fruition, and then as products evolve. More regulation will be a constant evolving thing. The slide up here that we have is about the technology that enables all of this, blockchain technology. So it really is, Bitcoin was the first use case for blockchain technology. And if you walk away with nothing more than what is a blockchain, it is an addition-only ledger that is immutable and can go back to the beginning of time. That means you can track the movement of assets. It means you can track the creation of assets. It's the core development that enables Web3. If you want to move on to the next slide, please. So NFTs, what are NFTs? NFTs are non-fungible tokens. Bitcoin, the first use case, is fungible. NFTs are not. They can represent assets in the metaverse. They can represent assets just in an online environment. They can represent physical goods. There are NFTs that are being created that actually are associated back to things like sneakers. And people talk. It was very popular to say, "Where are the institutions?" This was always a phrase that you'd hear in a lot of crypto conferences. And there's a wall of institutional money that's about to enter the market. It's coming. BNY just launched a digital asset custodial product. State Street is doing the same, and there is a wall of institutional dollars being invested into the space. But the institutions that we're seeing in the NFT area are not necessarily the ones that you would expect that people were talking about in those early conferences. They are brands. They are Nike. They are the NFL. They are Balenciaga. They are Gucci. They are fashion brands that we're seeing a lot of right now that are creating things like digital wearables. And they know something. They know that everything is arcing towards a metaverse. They know that everything is arcing towards an online environment. One of my favorite facts is 81% of Gen Z are gamers, if you give gaming a very broad definition. That means that you have to assume that 100% of Generation Alpha, ages 9 and under, are gamers. What does that mean? That means that as they grow up, they will increasingly interact with this online environment. It's what they're used to doing. These brands are meeting them where they are in this online environment. So what you're going to see is companies coming to you, asking you about IP, asking you about taxation, asking you about money transmission issues, banking issues, all associated with this NFT thing that you think, it's a flash in the pan, it's going to go away. It is not. If you'd like to move on to the next slide, please. Yeah.
This is for information only.
We can, happy to chat after.
Go to the mic.
Go to the mic, my voice is not loud enough. Okay. I would just appreciate if you could try and help us understand a little bit better the difference between fungible and non-fungible. If we're talking digital assets, I assume we're talking about intangible property. So what does that mean, fungible and non?
If you buy a Bitcoin, one Bitcoin is the same as the other, and you deposit it with Coinbase, which is, they have a trust license, they also have a money transmission license, it's a highly regulated entity. It can go into an omnibus wallet, and the Bitcoin that you get back out may not necessarily be the Bitcoin that you put in. It doesn't matter to you. It's like gold, right? The gold has different aspects to it. A non-fungible token is that asset is unique to you, is unique to the thing that it represents online.
Right, and I would probably say as well, that's a critical, distinction from a securities point of view, because non-fungible tokens, when they were originally created, were linked to a unique piece of, wearable or memorabilia. So by their very nature, we're not a security, an investment contract under the Howey test. Increasingly, non-fungible tokens are becoming fractionalized. So they're actually breaking them up into fungible units. So it really does not terminate the conversation about whether it's a security or not to say that it's a non-fungible token.
So we're getting the hook here, but I don't know if you want to wrap up. So in any event, if you can go to slide 6, please. Slide, yeah. So this, we didn't include litigation and enforcement, but this is kind of to give you a sense of all the areas that are impacted by blockchain and by this development. Jackie, if you want to do the last slide, we can wrap it up.
Yeah, sure. So, as I was mentioning, there's a number of practices that are impacted by cryptocurrencies or by how are these type of, tokens held? How is title transferred? What is the nature of title? Questions, even you can own property without being a person in certain cases. There are blockchain addresses right now that hold property, massive amounts of property, some of which people are having trouble retrieving, right? So questions like that impact intellectual property, of course, as well, which is impacted with non-fungible tokens in these, like NFT communities, especially because quite frequently what is tokenized is the product itself or the actual physical shirt or memorabilia or signed thing, but the intellectual property behind it. For example, if it's a drawing, you may own a drawing. You may own a token that represents a signed, Jerry Garcia painting, okay? But you don't hold necessarily the intellectual property or royalty rights in that. And that was an early challenge that was approached by IP. And just to give you an example, real and personal property, the metaverse has a whole new set of almost infinite real, quote unquote, virtual, but real property. And what are the rules? Do the very old real property rules apply to that or not? Economic sanctions, how the US treats this. Globally, rules of professional conduct, for example, can attorneys accept cryptocurrency, Ethereum, like as a fee? Can they accept a cryptocurrency that they were involved in, creating? Consumer protection, which is one of the key questions with respect to New York law and how we approach it, what our posture will be as an association. One of the primary objectives is consumer protection in the space. There has been massive consumer fraud in the space. Taxes, of course, how are these treated? The Internal Revenue Service came out very early in 2014 saying cryptocurrencies were personal property, right? So, no two federal groups really views cryptos exactly the same way. That's about all I have on that. And litigation as well. That's the one I always forget, the growing area, litigation, hacking, security issues, intellectual property issues. There's a whole practice area that's emerging in cryptocurrency and non-fungible token litigation.
Thank you both. We were in the executive committee yesterday. I think we were supposed to get a 10-minute presentation. It went on for about 45, and people would have stayed for another hour. Does anyone have any questions based on this, or maybe we should save it for a seminar? Thank you very much, both of you, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Sherry tells me there will be a seminar on December 16th in New York City. We're going to continue to try to move on. We're well behind. And we're going to now do item number 13, the report of the Task Force on Modernization of the Criminal Practice. And this is a 10-minute presentation that we're going to hold you to, and it's informational only.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I am Catherine Christian. I'm the co-chair along with Andy Kossover. At the time that President Levin Wallach appointed us, I was a long-term member of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I am now a partner at Liston Abramson. Andy is the former public defender for Ulster County. He has his own practice now in Ulster County. The mission of the task force is to suggest new laws and policies to improve safety, fairness, access to justice, and efficiency in the administration of criminal justice in New York. The task force is very diverse in terms of practice areas and geography. We have defense practitioners from private practice and indigent defense providers. We have prosecutors, including 2 elected district attorneys, the district attorney of Ulster County, the district attorney of Monroe County. We also have current and former members of the judiciary. So it's we try to make sure every section and every stakeholder in the criminal justice system is represented. The work of the task force is being conducted by 3 subcommittees: technology, sentencing reform, and justice courts. Our technology subcommittee is co-chaired by Ron Hedges of Denton's and Young-Mi Lee of the Brooklyn Defenders. The technology committee is focusing on 3 areas. As you know, we have 62 counties, 4 appellate departments, and they sort of are not the same. They have different rules, different policies, and it's our goal to recommend sort of uniform statewide rules for filing and assessing documents. Discovery, again, 62 counties, 62 different district attorneys' offices. That also includes the AG's office. The discovery that's been provided by prosecutors and defense attorneys use very different programs depending on which county you are. Even the 5 counties that make up New York City are different. There's a program if you are a practitioner outside of New York City called DEMS, which was created by the New York State District Attorneys Association. The expiration date varies depending on the county. So we're going to make recommendations about that. They're also studying virtual court appearances. One of the good things about COVID was virtual court appearances. Some say that's one of the bad things, but We're going to be studying how to make that more effective, particularly issues involving people who are incarcerated and also issues involving the confidentiality of those communications. Our sentencing reform subcommittee is co-chaired by Judge Barry Kamens and Kathleen Cassidy, who is a partner at Morbillo Abramowitz. They are focusing on 3 areas. Second look legislation. That's basically where an incarcerated individual seeks to the court to be resentenced after a period of time, based on that person's age, that person's current state of health, the facts underlying the conviction and the felony that was convicted, what they have done while they have been incarcerated. And the subcommittee is looking at different legislative areas that address that, and will recommend what we think is the best. The elimination in certain circumstances of mandatory minimum sentences. The Sentencing Reform Committee is looking at that. The elimination in certain circumstances of indeterminate sentences versus determinate. Indeterminate, 1.5 to 3. Determinate, 3 years. And looking at whether those indeterminate sentences should be termed to determinate sentence. The Sentencing Committee is looking at that. We have a subcommittee on the justice courts. As you are aware, this body has issued a policy that in justice courts, attorneys should be the magistrates. There was also a 2018 report from the criminal justice section that was adopted by this House about justice courts. This Justice Court Subcommittee is co-chaired by Greg LaBelle, who is the former public defender for Greene County. He is now in private practice criminal defense. And Sandra Dorley, who is the current district attorney of Monroe County. There are 1,200 justice courts in New York State, 2,000 justices. Most cases meet once a month for a DA session for 2 to 3 hours. We're looking at making it more efficient. Again, every county is different. The justice courts are obviously outside of the 5 counties of New York City. There are recommendations that the accusatory instrument that is drafted, if you're in the city, you know that those accusatory instruments are drafted by the district attorney's office. That is different in many of the counties of New York State. So we're going to be looking at that, and all 3 subcommittees are working very hard. Most of the areas overlap, and where they overlap, obviously the full task force will speak. And because I just don't want Andy just to stand here looking pretty, he's going to give just a little brief on what additional recommendations we're working on.
Thank you, Catherine. Good morning, everybody. In addition to those 3 areas, we've sort of got a miscellaneous quick fix category. Things that I guess we're politely saying eliminating inadvertent, nonsensical consequences of current legislation and regulatory schemes. I'll give you an example of some of our proposed quick fixes. In certain jurisdictions, defense attorneys are not permitted to attend the pre-sentence interview by the probation department in the preparation of a pre-sentence report. For those who don't practice criminal justice in the area of criminal justice, pre-sentence report is given to the judge prior to sentencing. It's required by law. And it also follows that client, that defendant, right through the system, through corrections and parole. So it becomes a very important interview, a very important document, and in some areas, attorneys are not permitted to attend that interview, despite the fact that case law says that sentencing is a critical stage of the proceeding. So we're going to make a quick recommendation of a quick fix on that so that universally you'll be able to attend that interview if you desire, not mandated, but if you wish to with your client. In the right case, I believe that's very important. We also want to give greater discretion to judges with regards to, in DWI cases, installing ignition interlock devices. The current statutory scheme requires the installation of an ignition interlock device in misdemeanors and felonies, even if the client has absolutely no driving privileges, even if the car is not operable but is titled to the defendant. So we want common sense, practical approach, and we want to just allow the judges to say, well, in this particular set of circumstances, we can waive the requirement for the installation of an ignition interlock device. One last example is we want to recommend that there be established a legislation for a driving under the influence of cannabis as a violation similar to DWAI alcohol as opposed to DWI alcohol. Again, those who don't practice, there's a misdemeanor DWI for alcohol and a violation. Right now, the only charge for driving under the influence of cannabis would come under DWAI drugs, a misdemeanor, which essentially means that New York is treating cannabis impairment more seriously than alcohol. And it also creates a situation where both the prosecutor and the defense attorney and the judge have to create this legal fiction if you want to allow someone to charge with under DWAI drugs, cannabis, to plead down to a violation. All parties have to, sort of, agree to this legal fiction, even though there may have been no alcohol in the defendant's system. So those are examples of our quick fixes. Anytime our task force has subject matter that overlaps with other task force committees and sections of the state bar, we've been inviting commentary, we're receiving that commentary, and we take that under consideration. My 10 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. It's amazing the amount of work you've done and the amount of things you've uncovered. So we look forward to hearing further.
Well, Mr. Chair, may I make
yes.
a comment? Mark Alcott, former president, and by the way, just as an aside, thank you for your laudatory remarks about former presidents. Some of you may remember a long time ago, that was 4 hours ago when the meeting began, but our chair, but the most important thing you said was the former presidents whose terms ended long ago, because when I was president, I discovered that most former presidents had no idea that their terms had ended. And so that was a problem. But to get to the matter at hand, during my presidency, be still my heart, one of the issues I dealt with was the justice courts. And we had a proposal, which I think is still good New York State Bar Association policy, that among other things called for a requirement that all justices of the peace or judges of the justice courts be lawyers. And that got absolutely nowhere. I lobbied very hard for it. And there were two reasons, one political, one substantive. The political reason was that the Association of Justices of the Peace or of these courts was very powerful politically, and they were the local, gas station owner and plumber and so on, but they held these jobs and they were very politically powerful. But the substantive reason was that in many of these rural counties where these courts exist, there were not enough lawyers to fill the role of justice, I was told. And indeed, if you were a justice, you could not practice in the justice courts. It was conflict, you were conflicted out, and the lawyers were unwilling to give up that, which was an important part of their practice. So that's an issue that has to be dealt with. if you realistically want to have lawyers sit as justices of these courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And I assume that Vince Bizard would want to respond to whatever you said, but we'll ask him to hold that in abeyance.
I would just say that we are looking at that. We're aware of your report, and we're also combining that with the substantive issue you raised with regional consolidation, intermunicipal consolidation. In the case of some justice courts, the committee's looking at that. So that will be addressed.
No. Mark, we're sort of running out of time.
Anyway, she told me my proposal was elitist, that I wanted lawyers to be judges of these courts. So that's what you have to deal with.
Thank you all very much. And yes. One last comment.
Right, Jonah Tree, Wausau Town and Village Justice in Red Hook, Dutchess County, New York, and an immediate past president of the New York State Magistrates Association, among other things. I want to, Administrator of the Year. Thank you very much, Andy. I want to
and a member of our Justice Court Subcommittee.
I want to commend Andy and Catherine for their hard work. With the greatest respect to our past president, I want to disabuse the House of the notion that other than the 1/3 of justices who are attorneys like myself, that it's all farmers and mechanics and gas pumpers. We have some very, very intelligent and dedicated people who are non-lawyer judges, professors of social studies, teachers, doctors, other highly educated people who take their job very seriously. So when we consider this, as we are vigorously considering it in the Town and Justice Subcommittee of the task force, we have to understand that a lot of these people have put a lot of time and effort to become educated in the law, and they're doing a fine job. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Or is it Your Eminence?
Thank you all. And now we're going to go back to item number 9, the report and recommendations of the Committee on Procedures for Judicial Discipline. We're going to ask Justin Teff to come back. This report is co-sponsored by the Committee on the New York State Constitution.
All right. Good afternoon once again. I have been requested by the Executive Committee essentially to break this into 2 parts for purposes of a little bit of detail and a vote, but I'm going to err on the side of brevity because we are behind and because obviously the report is here. We'll speak first briefly about the recommendation for judicial suspension. I think this might actually have been a slightly better segue on the heels of the tribute to Judge Simons, given the substance of one of those decisions, the latter. But for those of you that don't know, the Commission on Judicial Conduct took over the disciplining of judges from the Court on the Judiciary in 1974 or thereabouts. For the ensuing 4 years, the Committee on Judicial Discipline had the authority to suspend a judge as a mode of final discipline, which is really what we're talking about in this tranche of the presentation, for up to 6 months. I believe it was with or without pay, but I'll look back at that, as a mode of final discipline after a violation was found. 1978 constitutional amendment removed that authority from the Commission, as well as the Court of Appeals, who is the other body that may sanction judges in the state for violations in this regard. And the Commission has not had the ability to utilize that as a form of a mode of final discipline since. Within a couple years of the removal of that power, the Commission itself began asking repeatedly in its annual reports that be restored as an authority. It found that many members to this date, and many members I've spoken with, very prominent members who, without making any names here, nobody would fail to recognize, but many members of the Commission reports, the administrators have said there is too wide of a gap in the part of this that is the penalty phase between what we have, which is a letter of caution, admonition, or censure, and removal. And I think this is borne out in part, if you look at the literature throughout the country on this, New York has one of the highest, if not the highest rate of judicial removals for misconduct. Quite frankly, having been a student of this since being appointed 14 years ago to Judge Sullivan's special committee to review the Code of Judicial Conduct, I fail to see for even 1 second that we have the highest rate of removal in this state because our judges are not as good. In fact, given that we have probably the finest judiciary in the nation, it occurs to me that the high number of removals is because there is no middle ground for anything in between a censure and a removal. And hence, you read all of the studies across the nation, and they say, why does New York remove so many of its judges? This is ridiculous. This is unheard of. So nonetheless, we undertook a study of not only this aspect of judicial discipline, and mind you, I know nobody loves this subject. I'm going to stand right up and say that. Nobody wants to talk about this, but like attorney discipline, it probably is a necessary, an important part of what we do here. I've heard this described as a team effort, something that we're all doing together. And so this study was undertaken by our committee at the behest of the commission, past commission members, the administrators. And what we discovered, again, in addition to the fact that we have the highest number of removals, is very few organizations that have looked at this feel that this is not something that is worthy of a recommendation. I listed some folks in here, but the Institute for the Advancement of American Legal System report, New York County Lawyers Association Task Force on Judicial Independence also recommended that there be some middle ground here. And so that essentially was the guts of the recommendation. It's important to note, and in part, of course, having reviewed the judicial section's comments, I try as hard as I can to address some of them here. And candidly, there is no way I'm ever going to be able to allay everyone's concerns about any change in disciplinary proceedings. But having devoted about 15 years to this subject, I guess I can personally say, one, and hopefully this is accepted as truth, this is not meant to harm anyone. It is certainly not meant to harm judges. It is meant to help the situation. And in part, anyone that knows this area knows that the commission as a policy errs on the side of leniency when it comes to judicial discipline. The rules are the rules, but they err on the side of leniency when it comes to penalty, which means that adding this is generally, and this seems borne out by the people I've spoken to, not going to result in judges that would have been cautioned or censured being suspended. It's going to result in judges that would have been removed being suspended, which is a far better thing, it seems. And so, you know, this again is not looking to hurt anyone. It's looking to bridge this gap a bit. Again, because of that, we anticipate and we very much hope that this is not going to create any harder of a situation for judges, that it will be easier, that it will give, again, this middle ground, and will allow the commission and its members some latitude in terms of how it addresses these middle of the road situations where many members have felt a censure just doesn't do it, but removal is simply too harsh. So I will leave this part at that, I suppose, and again, try to keep it as brief as possible, but I'm happy to answer any questions as to this tranche. They've asked again that we kind of consider these separately, which is to say the mode of final discipline first, and then separately the temporary suspension power, and so I'll leave it at that for the moment.
So first, we need to have a motion with regard to this first aspect. Okay, all in favor? Well, wait, I'm sorry. Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
we better have some discussion, please.
Just point of procedure, I guess, Mr. Chair. Are we going to be allowed to speak to each?
Yes.
Okay. So that's fine. Thank you. My name is Jim Murphy. I'm a Supreme Court judge in the Syracuse area. I'm the vice president of the 5th Judicial District. Yes, sir. And former presiding member of the judicial section. And I am concerned, and I would encourage everyone to read the judicial section's very thoughtful opposition to this, but I'm not sure I can address all of it in 3 minutes. I'm going to address the first part here. I can't speak to, with all due respect, sir, to the anecdotal things that you relate to about conversations that you had with different members. I would dispute the presumption that the Judicial Conduct Commission and the Court of Appeals tend to go lenient. I don't know that to be true. And again, it's based on anecdotal. If I look at the report cites a 2002 study where between 1990 and 2001, 41 judges were removed. Now that's out of 3,000 judges in New York State over a decade. And that also includes town and village judges, which I think we just previously talked about, is where the Court of Appeals did it, has acted before, last week. So I guess with regard to that, I'm concerned that the report is outdated. I think we're relying on a number of anecdotal stories, and I think that that's something that should not occur, that we should respect the position of the judicial section, given that they're the most impacted section of the New York State Bar on that. So with regard to, I don't know, let's say that over those 41, that I think the quote is, it's likely that some would have chosen a suspension. Well, if that's 10 or 12 out of the 41, I don't know why we're asking for a constitutional amendment or something of that magnitude. I think it's sort of a solution looking for a problem as far as I'm concerned. But thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jim.
Ron Minkoff, Delegate at Large to the Executive Committee. I rise in support of this report and support of the notion of having suspension be an available sanction for the Commission on Judicial Conduct in addressing judges. The Commission on Judicial, this issue has been the source of debate for 30 or 40 years. It's gone back and forth. But the bottom line is this: the Commission right now has two choices in any case, just two. Either you censure the judge or you remove the judge. And compared to, say, lawyer discipline, that is which has a much broader array of possible sanctions, that gives the Commission very little leeway. And in deciding to tailor discipline to judges who do something wrong, and remember here, we're talking about somebody who's done something bad enough that they're considering suspending them or removing them. And under those circumstances, you want to give the Commission as much leeway as it can have, so that it tailors the sanction in a way that protects the public. And while I understand that the judicial section is opposed to this, there's also the interest of the public that we have to consider. And we also have to consider how the public perceives judicial discipline, where if the only sanctions are removal and censure, and you censure somebody who did something bad enough that might warrant a more strict sanction, that doesn't look good for the public. The other issue, in the little time I have left, that has been raised is the issue of how difficult this will make things for judicial administrators if judges get removed or get suspended. You know, they have to redistribute the caseload. Well, that happens all the time. Judges get sick, judges retire, judges get moved, and we have to redistribute the caseload. That's not a reason not to have all available sanctions that give the flexibility that judges will want, that defense lawyers will want, and that prosecutors will want.
Thank you,
So
Ron.
I support that.
Peter Kiernan, New York City Bar Association. I commend the report and I support it. When I served as counsel to the governor, there was a judge of the family court that engaged in instances of egregious conduct, essentially involving conflicts of interest. He was accorded complete due process by the commission throughout its consideration of the case, and the commission subsequently recommended removal. And for some reason, the matter came to the governor, who delegated it to me. I was visited and lobbied vigorously by lots of people, including 2 former members of the Court of Appeals, and was called by the former governor of the state who had appointed this judge, arguing that he not be judge not be removed. But the remedy of, or the prescription of censure was not appropriate to the egregious conduct, and the judge was removed. I regret very much that we did not have the alternative of censure. It would have saved a lot of heartache, and it would have possibly saved the career of the judge that was removed. So I very much am in favor of the recommendation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Peter. Mark?
Mark Alcott, former president. I don't profess to have any expertise here, but I can't imagine that we would adopt a proposal on an issue as important and sensitive as this with respect to the disciplining of judges when our own judicial section is so emphatically opposed to it. I have not heard that there's been any dialogue, perhaps I missed it, between the judicial section and this committee on this subject to see whether and to what extent the differences can be bridged. But I don't hear that there's any emergency here. This is the first time it's come before us. I will not make a procedural motion. They're disfavored for good reasons. But I do urge those most directly involved to put this over till our next meeting and try to resolve these differences. Thank you.
Hello again, Jonah Tree Boisser from the Criminal Justice Section. You know I'm on the bench. I would respectfully refer the body to page 6 of the report, where one of the proposals, which is opposed by the Judicial Section, of which I am also a member, is that the Court of Appeals may suspend a judge, and I go on, upon receipt of sufficient evidence demonstrating a judge or justice poses a substantial threat of serious harm to the public or the administration of justice. And that is pending a final determination. In other words, pre-conviction punishment. If I did that for a defendant.
Yeah, that has not yet been dealt with. We're dealing right now.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
That we're talking about A and D.
Oh, I say, I do apologize. I'm like a bad penny. I shall return. Thank you.
Seeing no further people who want to comment, we should call a vote. So, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? Nay. What do you think? Sounds pretty close. I think we have to have a division. So the EC yesterday considered this report, and we broke it into two parts. One has to do with the commission and one has to do with the Court of Appeals. With regard to both of them, the EC has recommended passing both aspects of this report, but we broke it down in order to confront them individually. So, yes. So with that having been said, I think we need a division of the House. That was awfully close. So could I have the people, and we need to have our online vote as well. Yeah. So with those who are voting A, please rise. And we'll have our, in favor of the motion. A.
Aye.
What does this say? Looks like it was volume, not numbers. Okay, those voting nay, please. Seventy-nine ayes, 45 nays, two abstentions. Six abstentions? Six abstentions. Motion carries. Next, Justin.
Yes, sir. All right, second part of this, and this really, hopefully, is the lesser of the two evils here, but understanding again that there will be some comment. And this, I'm not going to say it's fortuitous at all, but it's an example just because I don't think most people without experience in this realm comprehend exactly what the temporary suspension power is utilized for. But for those who read the New York Law Journal, the New York Court of Appeals last week temporarily suspended the upstate town justice who pulled a gun on a client, or not a client, a defendant, and then later boasted to his fellow judges that this was a big black man, quote, and that he did not have a problem with taking his gun out in court. The commission has recommended his removal. This is going to take some time. The Court of Appeals evidently felt that 1 day more on the bench would probably not be best served, particularly for minority defendants that have to appear in that court. And I guess that is the Court of Appeals, option in that regard. But what I will note, this is the second tranche. This is not very often utilized in terms of when the Court of Appeals will temporarily suspend a judge. Again, I can't give facts, I can't give statistics, but generally it takes something egregious like this, something of this nature, for the court to say, we're not waiting for the process to end. You know, we understand it may end this way, it may end this way. This judge is suspended with pay, but we're afraid that the integrity of the judiciary will be compromised if people have to go before that court in any criminal, civil fashion and feel that they are, before someone who feels that way. The Court of Appeals has, I believe, always had this power, and quite frankly, what we're trying to do is make it less vague. And I know that sounds a little bit strange, but we'll start with F, which is the easier of the two, and E, which is the harder. Felony, I don't know that anyone has seemed to dispute that one too much. So going to F, the court was previously able to suspend a judge temporarily pending the final determination for a crime which involves moral turpitude. And that was what the Constitution says. And respectfully, what the heck is moral turpitude in any given situation? And I was just trying to think up examples, but perhaps a DWI charge that a judge has, no aggravating factors, first time, I doubt that would be considered a crime of moral turpitude, but then I could imagine if I were sitting on the panel to decide whether it was or not, and a family member of mine had been killed by a drunk driver, I might define moral turpitude a little bit differently. Well, that's vague, and that's just about as vague as you're going to get. And so our thought was make it less vague, and at least with respect to F, define it as does the ABA model rules of judicial conduct, which replaces the term moral turpitude with serious crime and then defines it in a different way than our law defines it, 94 of the judiciary, 94D of the judiciary law, but contains some of the similar indications, issues involving interference with the administration of justice, false swearing, misrepresentation, things that seem to fit on that list reasonably well, and again, probably would still be in the minority of situations where this was applied. Part E, I absolutely understand the thought a little bit more, and I'm not going to ever be able to, I think, make anyone thrilled with that one, except to say some of this presupposes some trust in the Court of Appeals and the Commission on Judicial Conduct, which many judges sit upon and have sat upon. Again, this is not meant to hurt anyone, perhaps to clarify or just make things a little bit more defined in this realm. And certainly, just adding in receipt of sufficient evidence demonstrating that a judge poses a substantial threat of serious harm, okay, that probably is yet to be defined. And I don't know if we say we know it when we see it. For instance, if anyone here wants to argue with me that someone pulling a gun on a minority gentleman in court and then boasting about it is not something that poses a substantial threat of serious harm to the public or administration of justice, that one I'm happy to argue. There are a host of situations in the mean, or in the mean, middle, whatever. But then what I often say to people, and it's a concern raised by the judicial section, we don't have sentencing guidelines in ethics. We obviously have our black letter rules, we have our precedent, we have our comments, we have the various things that we go by to determine whether something is or is not a violation, but there are no sentencing guidelines in attorney discipline or judicial discipline that say, well, if it was this, then do this. Or if it's this, it's a year. If it's this, a felony, then it's more than a year. It's individualized, circumstantial, mitigating factors. And so, again, this one, and I will be quiet and defer to the chair, but this one truly was meant not to make things more vague, but less vague, and make it so that nobody's wondering what a crime of moral turpitude is. And I guess therein lies the rest of the dilemma, but again, I defer to.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second? Okay, again, I want to make it very clear that this concerns in your packet E, F, and G, and this again was endorsed for favorable action by the executive committee. So Elena.
Hi, Elena DeFio-Keen from Albany, VP for the 3rd. Just two things. This is much different than the first piece. This is not, I would argue this does not include due process. And while you reference the situation where that individual, I would argue he's a non-lawyer. If you take a judge who has a lawyer, who is sitting on the court, that's their full-time job and they could be suspended. And by the way, it does say the court may make it without pay. So I gotta be honest with you. This is very concerning that there is no due process, and we, as part of the Bar Association, represent lawyers and judges. And so for all of us here, we need to vote this down.
Thank you, Jim. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mike Markowitz, VP 10th Judicial District. May I offer this? Can we break it down even further so we can have a separate vote on E and a separate vote on F? And the reason why I'm asking that is because I don't think anyone here is going to dispute that when you say a crime which involves moral turpitude is a little bit too broad. And maybe the definition of serious crime here, I don't think there's going to be any issues concerning number F. And then we can deal with number E. So that's I don't know if it's a friendly amendment or it's a procedural request. I leave it to the chair.
So the question is are you moving to amend the sever to sever?
Procedurally, I'm asking that we separate a vote on E and F. We take the vote on F first.
So there is a proposed amendment. Is there a second? A motion to sever.
Thank you.
Second. Any discussion on that? Seeing nobody that wants to discuss it further, we'll take a vote. So there's a motion to sever. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Severed. So we will now say that again. Oh, we need an online poll. I'm sorry.
And then let's vote on that.
Should we do F first? F first.
Right.
There's no opposition to it.
Pardon me?
Do F first.
Yes,
separate.
agreed.
I'm sorry.
Point of order, are we now voting on all three paragraphs?
We're, no, we're going to vote on one at a time.
It's overwhelmingly aye.
Yes.
Seven.
So it's severed.
Okay. I think that does it.
So.
So I would call the question on subdivision F at this point in time.
So we'll talk about subdivision F first.
Point of order, paragraph G references both E and F.
But you can always leave E the way it was before.
Yeah. So we're severing off F. Definition.
So G does indicate both.
If the
So let's talk about F first, and we'll see where we go.
and G may not end up being a problem, because if ultimately, yeah, if the House determines that E is just going to not have any change at all, the paragraph can stay the same. There just will be no change to the current E, and it will remain where it is, felony or bust.
Okay. So
Okay.
I think, are you done?
Yeah, well, yes, is there debate now, or can we call the question? There's debate.
Yeah.
All right.
So, well, I asked if there was any comments, any discussion.
F.
I'd like to speak as to F.
F.
My name is Michael Sonberg. I'm a member of the New York City Bar Association delegation. I'm also a retired acting justice of the Supreme Court. I have no skin in the game. But I am concerned with the definition that the exec committee adopted yesterday on F, including felonies which are not crimes which are not felonies in New York, but are felonies in other states.
I think they went back on that.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, at the initial, they had said, take that sheet and put it in the garbage.
Yeah,
That was one they were referencing when they said,
Yeah,
put it into the
we
garbage.
threw that out.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I think we should adopt this definition that's on the sheet. For the reasons that I said in the executive committee yesterday.
So first, Ron, identify yourself.
Okay, Ron Minkoff, delegate at large on the executive committee. This definition is the definition of serious crime under section 90, sub 4, sub D of the judiciary law. To have different definitions of the term serious crime in different statutes involving discipline, because 94D is for lawyer discipline, doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That creates inconsistencies. And the idea here is these felonies under the laws of any state, district, or territory of the United States, the way this comes up 90% of the time is in federal crimes that don't have analogs, like wire fraud and mail fraud, where it's New York doesn't really have an analog for it. It's not going to be a big issue for judges. It's not going to be the kind of thing they get indicted for very often. I think we should, the consistency of having both the serious crime definitions be the same in both disciplinary statutes is important. So I would make a motion to adopt that definition as the correct definition, rather than the one from the ABA model rules.
So, Ron, I'd ask you to hold off on your motion because President Levin Wallach wants to make a motion.
I appreciate it, and thank you, Sherry Levin Wallach, President of the New York State Bar Association. As we can see from what's happening in this room, this is a complicated issue that is very difficult. And I am concerned that if we act without fully thinking it through, the intentions of our actions may not be fully understood. As a result, I would make a motion to table this discussion until the January meeting.
Any discussion? Oh, there's no discussion on table.
I guess.
All in favor?
Does what happened already stand or no?
All opposed? We have to wait for this.
Okay. But I mean, everything that's already
Everything is
been voted on is gone too? But I mean, it stays as passed or no?
Well, the first one is passed. This is E, F, and G. And clearly, I love it. So, this motion is tabled. The initial one that passed has passed. The next item on the agenda is the Root Stimson Award.
Make a motion that the additional vote is vitiated. Thank you for my, I will, thank you. Helena Heath,
So what we'll ask,
Presidential Diversity Appointee, making a motion to have the initial, the vote that we just made on the part, I guess it was E, was it?
okay,
A, even better.
so what we will do is
Reconsidered or it was a vote, so we either have to void the vote and reconsider it.
and I guess what I'm going to suggest is that we reconsider the whole thing and we move forward in that way.
Yeah, I was just concerned that we actually took a vote, so we should actually specifically vitiate it, is my vote.
Okay. So it's a motion to reconsider. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Need the online poll. Okay. The online poll is? A and D, and the other one is table. And so
I'll make the motion.
make a motion.
As to the motion to reconsider, which was referencing A and D, I believe, of the report, I now make a motion to table that portion of the report as well to the January meeting for the same reasons I addressed earlier.
Any discussion? Oh, no discussion, right. All in favor? Opposed?
Simeon Baum, point of information. Well, is it everything we just voted on, including the previous one? Everything.
So our next item of business is the presentation by our president of the Root Stimson Award to Samantha White.
I still get to say good morning. Good morning. I believe Ms. White is here with her family and patiently waiting. I'd invite her to come down to the floor of the House at this time. Today, I have the privilege of presenting the 2022 Root Stimson Award to Sam White from the Legal Aid Society Bureau of Buffalo. Sam epitomizes the enormous impact our members can have. Her passion and hard work have increased diversity, encouraged police reform, and inspired her colleagues and neighbors to give back to their community. Her commitment to increasing diversity is evident by her founding of the Empire State Legal Diversity Career. Sam is also the Vice President and President-elect of the Minority Bar Association of Western New York. She co-chairs the Criminal Justice Reform Task Force, for which she co-authored the Buffalo version of the Right to Know law. She then helped usher it through the legislative process that amends Buffalo's city charter. Sam also serves as vice president of her block club in East Buffalo and manages the club's community garden. She chairs the East Side Garden Walk and is an advocate for the revitalization of Buffalo's East Side. One effort resulted in nearly a $750,000 grant to repair streetscape surrounding the Freedom Wall. And if that isn't enough, Sam served on Buffalo 514 Survivors Fund Steering Committee to help identify and distribute donations to victims and survivors of the racially motivated Tops supermarket shooting. Sam, I can't imagine a more deserving and hardworking attorney for this award. And I might add, learning from speaking to you, that you have the incredible support of your family who is here with you. And I can speak to you as one mother to another, how proud I am of you as a mother and an attorney for receiving this wonderful award. I am certain that Elihu Root and Henry L. Stimson, for whom the award is named after, would agree. Root received the Nobel Prize, served in President Theodore Roosevelt's administration as Secretary of State, and served as president of our association. Stimson was the Secretary of War under President William Howard Taft, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and Harry S. Truman. He also served as Secretary of State under President Herbert Hoover. Sam, you embody all that this award stands for. I hope you have time to rest at some point. Congratulations and thank you for selflessly sharing your time, your passion, and your talent to enhance your community and the justice system.
I can't tell you what an amazing honor it is to be here in this room before the New York State Bar Association accepting an award like this. I never set out doing the things that I did in my community for the purpose of being here today, never expected it. So this is just a wonderful surprise. So thank you so much to the New York State Bar Association and everyone who nominated me and supported this. I just want to say that it would be easy for me to stand up here and say that I'm blessed. I believe very deeply in God. If I wasn't here right now, I'd be in synagogue. I think at the end of the day, we have to be more than blessed. We have to be a blessing. We have to be a blessing onto others. And so I encourage you, as you walk out of here today, figure out how you can bless somebody else. That's it. Thank you.
Congratulations, Samantha, and thank you for all the things that you do. Our next item is number 12 on the agenda. And Winnie is going to is going to present a joint report from the Committee on Legal Aid and the President's Committee on Access to Justice on access to justice during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I can tell you that this committee did an incredible amount of work and had a lot of input from so many stakeholders. So Winnie, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edwina Martin. I am an immediate past co-chair of the President's Committee on Access to Justice and a past chair of the Committee on Legal Aid. And I'm pleased to present this report before you for your consideration on access to justice during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's a joint report of PCAJ and COLA. First, I just want to quickly thank everyone who helped to put this report together. Rez Islam, co-chair of PCAJ, Andrew Mborski, Elon Fuchs, Elizabeth Joy, President-elect Dick Lewis, COLA co-chair Avja Midha, PCAJ co-chair Lynn Poster-Zimmerman, past COLA co-chairs Adrian Holder and Sally Curran, and our president, Sherry Levin-Wallach, all of whom significantly contributed towards today's report. As we all know, a prime aspect of NYSBA's mission is to facilitate the fair administration of justice. And so, after much internal discussion in the two committees regarding how NYSBA could best support providers and client communities post-COVID, on November 16th and 18th, 2021, we sponsored hearings on access to justice in COVID-19. We heard from legal services providers from throughout New York State, and I don't know if my PowerPoint isn't up, but we had a great map we had put together showing you that. Maybe if someone could just go to that map to illustrate where everyone came from that testified at the hearings. We also heard from the 18B community, the courts, and others, and unions and others regarding the impact of then Governor Cuomo's March 20th pause order and COVID-19 and their impact on courts, attorneys, providers, and client communities. We asked attendees to opine on their impact on family court, immigration proceedings, housing and landlord-tenant, Social Security and other benefits, criminal justice proceedings, and virtual proceedings. And we also asked those testifying to opine, if they wished, on how the factor of race impacted these areas and the interrelationship with high-volume courts and the digital divide on providers and client communities. The pandemic seriously hindered the public's ability to access the courts. The report highlights issues of access in family court, criminal court, and our rural courts. For example, in family court, Lyft estimated that no less than 8,000 individuals in 2020 alone could not receive help from the court system. Legal Services of Hudson Valley reported a 25% decline in the number of clients. And a number of legal services organizations in New York City that provide mandated representation of parents and children in court reported the rates of unification of families decreased by over 20% during the height of the pandemic. The impact was also felt in criminal court. An area of major concern described in the report states that because of fingerprinting requirements and processes, those of limited means accused of committing a crime were disproportionately impacted by the lack of access to physical resources. In rural courts, a lack of virtual infrastructure severely impacted clients' abilities to access those courts, and in some cases, the courts themselves were not interested in developing these modes of access. The pandemic also seriously impacted the public's ability to obtain other services. For example, there was a significant gap in the ability to obtain and then serve orders of protection. Limited access to rap sheets during COVID because of in-person fingerprinting requirements and processes caused issues when that information was required for example, job applications or housing applications. Also, the Social Security Administration had very limited access for close to 2 years, negatively impacting the elderly, mentally ill, and disabled persons who rely on these services for their survival. The impact of COVID-19 on communities of color was also significant. There were disproportionately high rates of COVID-19 in communities of color. Additionally, oh, I haven't been following the slides. Yeah, we're good where we are, thanks. The impact of COVID-19 on communities of color was also significant. There were disproportionately high rates of COVID-19 in communities of color, and these same communities had great issues with respect to accessing the internet, services, and programs that people need to survive. In virtual courts, the Brooklyn Defender Services reported that clients and attorneys alike faced increased scrutiny and disrespect when they sometimes had issues with accessing services. One major area of the report covers the impact of COVID-19 on the implementation of criminal justice reforms. And the report further discusses the court's response to the social unrest experienced in the United States due to the murder of George Floyd. The Office of Court Administration appointed Secretary Jay Johnson in 2020 to be the special advisor on equal justice in the courts. He was tasked with reviewing equal justice and racial bias in the New York State court system. At the hearings, OCA's Office of Justice Initiatives testified regarding their task of implementing the 13 recommendations from that report on race and justice. One of their first tasks was to draft a new mission statement that would emphasize the court's commitment to zero tolerance for racial bias. The report also highlights pros and cons of virtual hearings and their impact. Lack of access to technology, computers, digital devices, and other digital services was a consistent theme throughout the testimony and report. Like many things, the impact of this was greatest on our most vulnerable neighbors. One of the main contributors to the digital divide was a lack of access to the technology and resources needed to engage with virtual hearings or services. A few statistics. In Westchester County, 32% of households do not have a laptop or tablet. 1/3 of Black and Latinx New York City residents do not have access to a computer. 42% of New York City seniors lack internet access, and 30% of Black and Latinx New York City residents lack broadband access. And in our rural communities, access to broadband can be uneven and limited at best. Many times, even when there is a computer or tablet in the household, multiple members may need to share it for work or school, and quality can vary depending on broadband access. And something that's often overlooked is that clients who rely on their cell phones for internet access may only be able to afford limited data plans. Those with a tablet or phone but no computer are hindered in their ability to complete online court forms or petitions. Cell phone access may also be limited, with clients needing to buy minutes or not having good cell phone coverage based on their location. Even if there is access to the material, a lack of digital literacy can also be a serious issue, as people might not be able to use the technology or programs needed to access the services they are seeking. There were some pros noted, however. There were advantages cited for litigants from virtual hearings, including the lack of necessity to take off an entire day of work, seek childcare, rely on public transportation, or appear in the courthouse, or the necessity to travel long distances, especially in rural or remote areas, or places that are transportation deserts. I'm going to highlight just a couple more issues and then wrap up with our conclusions. With respect to language access, practitioners emphasize that meaningful language access must occur at all stages of litigation, from websites to meetings with counsel to court proceedings. Currently, courts do not provide written instructions for filing and answering litigation in most languages spoken in New York. With fewer in-person services, this is now vital. Similarly, written instructions for joining and participating in virtual court proceedings need to be posted in multiple languages. With increased virtual proceedings, sequential interpretation is critical to ensuring that LEP individuals can fully participate. And finally, access to language line for all assigned counsel would greatly enhance access for all to our justice system. You've already heard a little bit about 18B attorneys today in other forums, so I'll just quickly summarize their testimony on the necessity of increasing 18B rates to address the shortage of 18B lawyers. And they also discussed the need for increased funding for family court for additional staff, referees, and magistrates to deal with the surge of cases the system is now experiencing. Recommendations for the State Bar based upon the hearing, oral and written testimonies, and I know that we appended the written testimony to our report. There were a couple of programs that did not submit written testimony, so if you have a couple of extra minutes sometime, I encourage you to go to our page on the NYSBA website where we have links to the testimony from those 2 days. It was incredibly, incredibly powerful. So our recommendations, and if you can advance the slides to the next one. Our recommendations fall into 3 categories. Recommendation for creation of a task force, increasing our commitment to ways other than litigation to help clients, and general recommendations. So we recommend that a NYSBA OCA task force be convened of court personnel and legal services practitioners to develop recommendations for a plan that can address issues highlighted in the report, such as challenges in obtaining orders of protection, increasing and improving user-friendly online information and instructions, addressing language access and literacy issues, delineating proceedings appropriate for virtual court and those that are not, addressing digital divide challenges, e-filing systems for pro se litigants, and of course, increasing the hourly rates for 18B lawyers. Our next group of recommendations are that NYSBA increase its commitment to non-litigation ways in which clients' needs could be more quickly addressed than via court processes. By, for example, supporting community legal education, increasing training or pre-litigation and non-litigation advocacy, exploring ways to help clients navigate application and investigation processes required to secure clearances and licenses for regulated work, and supporting legislation granting public defenders access to client rap sheets. And our general recommendations are just that future planning for preparedness needs to incorporate and facilitate access to services, and that New York State should invest in increasing access to broadband internet service in low-income and under-resourced communities across the state. To conclude, once upon a time, not so long ago or so very far away, the great American social justice leader, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who's quoted in this hall, noted that we are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. He also wrote that law and order exist for the purpose of establishing justice. And when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress. We hope that you will support ways in which COLA and PCAJ believe NYSBA can ensure that that justice suit fits well and dams are removed so that it flows throughout our state. And as a member of the House, I now move for the approval of the report and recommendations of the Joint Working Group of the President's Committee on Access to Justice and Committee on Legal Aid. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions for Winnie? I guess,
Hermes Fernandez from the 3rd District. Winnie, congratulations. I think it's an excellent report.
Thank you.
There is one thing I think that also needs to be mentioned, and hopefully we don't face this again, but at the start of the COVID epidemic, as state and federal governments were taking actions, we saw that certain industries were allowed to remain open, all of which were...
Could you speak directly into the mic?
Oh, sorry. Okay. At the start of the epidemic, back in March 2020, we saw that various industries, all of which had been identified as essential, were permitted to remain open. I think that one of the things that this report should also point out is that at that time, when the courts were all shutting down, the chief judge, the head of a separate and co-equal branch of government, did not step forward to identify the administration of justice as an essential function of society. And that has caused some of the problems that you've identified today. I don't mean to look backwards, but I think there always has to be a recognition that the courts and the administration of justice are essential in our society.
Thank you, Hermes, and you are absolutely right, and some folks talked about that, not only during the hearings, but we did a test run of this report at the partnership conference that was earlier referenced by President Wallach, and people talked about that very fact. And that's one of the reasons why we decided to recommend a joint task force with OCA and legal services providers, because we want something like that to be number one in the plan, that it has to be deemed an essential service.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Former President Hank Greenberg.
Yeah, just very, very quickly. Winnie, I would urge you and your group to share your findings with the Court Systems Commission to Reimagine the Future, the Courts Working Group on Pandemic Practices, the President Levin Wallach, that Dominic both testified before. They're looking at exactly these issues. They've held hearings in Buffalo, Albany, and New York. I've heard from over 100 witnesses. This shouldn't be two ships passing in the night, because everything you're talking about is exactly what the working group is looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, past President Greenberg. And to that point, we had one of the co-chairs of PCAJ testify at one of your hearings on the findings of our report. And should we be lucky enough for this House to adopt it, and I believe it was endorsed by the Executive Committee, correct? Should we be lucky enough, then we can send it as policy of the State Bar.
Thank you. Seeing no other people that want to comment, let's call this to a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We have to wait for a second for our...
Ooh, I see a nay.
I don't see any nays. Winnie, thank you for your report, and thank you.
Thank you.
We're on to page 2. Number 14, item number 14 is a report and recommendations of the task force on the U.S. territories, and Professor Natalie Gomez Velez and Mirna Martinez Santiago will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Gomez Velez could not be here today, so I am reporting by myself. But I would be remiss if I didn't start off by saying a word of thanks to Professor Gomez Velez, who has put so much work into this as the co-chair of the Task Force on the Territories, our Vice Chair, Anthony Scioli, who really authored most of the report that you're going to hear today, and then also, of course, to President Sherry Levin Wallach, who has poured blood, sweat, and tears into this effort to educate everybody on the work of the Task Force on the Territories. So I'm going to start here. If you, as an American citizen, decide to go live in Europe for a year, you lose no rights. You can vote in federal elections pursuant to absentee ballot. If you had been pre-qualified or qualified for federal benefits before you left, you would still be entitled to those benefits. If you go live in Puerto Rico for a year, you lose your benefits. You cannot vote in federal elections. And if you, for whatever reason, had been qualified for federal benefits, the federal government will not only discontinue those benefits, they will sue you to recover any monies they have paid to you, and they will win. Okay? So why? Why is that? That is what happened to Mr. Luis Vallejo Madero in U.S. versus Vallejo Madero. Mr. Vallejo Madero was a U.S. citizen. He was living in New York. While living in New York, he became disabled, and he also reached the poverty levels necessary so that he would qualify for Social Security disability benefits. At some point afterward, Mr. Vallejo Madero moved to Puerto Rico. When the government realized that he had moved, it not only discontinued those benefits, like I said, it sued him for the return of $28,000. The case went all the way up to the United States Supreme Court, and the government won. Okay? So, well, why? You can thank a series of cases of decisions issued by the US Supreme Court from 1901 until 1922 that were collectively called the insular cases. Next slide, please. Okay. If you think about this period in American history, you can recall that this was a time that the US was deeply into racial segregation and white supremacy. In fact, it was this exact same court that decided Plessy versus Ferguson, affirming racial segregation and the separate but equal doctrines. The court in these cases at this time was tasked with deciding the rights of the people in the American territories. That's not just Puerto Rico, that's also the Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa, and the Northern Mariana Islands. Particularly whether the people on the territories should be afforded the same rights as the people on the mainland. Now, in the insular cases, the court held that the people in the territories, who were and still are predominantly people of color, fully 98% of the people who live in the territories, 3.6 million people, 98% of them are people of color. The court at that time decided in these insular cases that the people who lived in the territories were alien races and from savage tribes who were only half civilized and ignorant of the laws, and therefore could not be trusted with the same rights as the more civilized, read white, people on the mainland. Thus, the people in the territories were relegated to second-class citizenship into perpetuity. The thing is that, as with Plessy versus Ferguson, the majority of the cases that were decided during this time period were reversed or overturned as the country entered into the civil rights period. Not so with the insular cases. And not for a lack of trying. There have been a number of cases that have gone up to the Supreme Court to try to overturn these cases, and they have held steady and kept affirming them. In fact, when I started off with the Vallejo Madero case, In the Vallejo Madero case, Justice Neil Gorsuch stated that the insular cases were premised on ugly stereotypes that have no home in our Constitution or its original meaning. He said, a century ago in the insular cases, this court held that the federal government could rule Puerto Rico and other territories largely without regard to the Constitution. It is past time to acknowledge the gravity of this error and admit what we now know to be true. The insular cases have no foundation in the Constitution and rest instead on racial stereotypes. They deserve no place in our law. But then he went ahead and concurred with the majority opinion that said the insular cases were still good. So in July, Justice Sotomayor was the sole dissenter in that case. So 8-1 upholding basically the separate and unequal doctrine, equal. In July 2022, President Levin Wallach established a task force on the territories. The mission of the task force is to, among other things, educate about these issues and to advocate for the overturning of the insular cases. As I mentioned, I co-chair the task force with Professor Natalie Gomez-Velez from CUNY. Anthony Scioli is the vice chair. He is the past president. Next slide, please. He is the past president of the Virgin Islands Bar and is also the vice chair, as I mentioned, and Professor Neil Ware, founder and president of Equal American, a nonprofit that is dedicated to overturning the insular cases and has written amicus briefs, and he's also working with us on the task force. But even before the formal creation of the task force, it had put on 6 presentations, some of you may have attended them, dealing with various issues raised by the insular cases, including one at our last annual meeting. We have also participated in a symposium put on by Professor Gomez-Velez, Professor Ware, and Mr. Scioli at Fordham University. Next week, we are headed to Puerto Rico, and Sherry really had to twist my arm for that one, to again speak on the insular cases at the Somos Legislative Conference, where Sherry will sign an MOU with the Puerto Rican Bar. In August 2022, and the reason we are here is that the task force joined forces with the Virgin Islands Bar to bring a resolution to the American Bar Association's House of Delegates. The resolution states that the association supports the efforts to restore the rights, liberties, and protections provided by the United States Constitution to the people of the United States territories, so that they are afforded the same rights, liberties, and protections as the people of the states. That the association opposes the territorial incorporation doctrine established by the insular cases as contrary to the principles enunciated by the United States Constitution and subsequent civil rights jurisprudence. It is further resolved that the association urges Congress to enact legislation that provides the people of the United States territories the same rights, liberties, and protections as those afforded to the people of the United States. We now bring the same resolution to this body for ratification. It has already been approved by the Executive Committee, and as a member of the House, I move for approval of the report, recommendation, and resolution.
Second.
So this matter has now been moved and seconded. As Myrna has indicated, this has already been passed by the Executive Committee, and it was presented by the New York delegation at the ABA summer meeting, and it was approved. We're proud of our delegation. Again, we recommend the passage of this motion.
May I speak? Mark Alcott, former president. I just want to say the obvious, but it needs to be said. This report and recommendation is in the finest tradition of our association. Here is a horrific, discriminatory body of law, which I suspect most of us knew little or nothing about. And our president and committee and the committee chairs have unearthed it, reported on it, and given us a path to vacate this discrimination. So I commend them and I support it.
Thank
Well
you.
said, and maybe there's no need for further comment. Anyone else? There being no further comment, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, we are making progress, and Myrna, thank you. Our next report is going to be with recommendations from the Women in the Law section, Susan Harper and Terry Mazur.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. We were originally scheduled for the morning, but we're keeping you on a little bit. So Susan Harper and I are here today on behalf of the Women in Law section and on a profoundly important issue, the preservation of reproductive health rights and reproductive autonomy in the state of New York. I'm Terry Mazur. Susan and I are past chairs of the Women in Law section, which, if you don't know, we are now approaching 900 members, men and women. And our mission is to advance women in the legal profession and advance all women in society and under the law. We're here today because of the Dobbs decision, which I'm assuming most of you have at least heard of, and hopefully many of you have read, or all of you have read. On June 24th of this year, the Supreme Court held in the Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization that the United States Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. And they also held that the right to abortion must be returned to the people and their elected representatives. This is why we're here today. The Women in Law section immediately drafted a statement in opposition to the holding in Dobbs. And we learned in that process that the New York State Bar Association does not have a policy on reproductive health care rights, including abortion. This meant that a statement on Dobbs could not be issued on behalf of the entire association. We did prepare one and we issued it as the Women in Law section, and Sherry also made a statement. As a result, Wills prepared this report because there was no policy, and the accompanying resolution that we're here on today, asking the association to adopt a policy on reproductive health care rights and make it a legislative priority of the association so that we can have a voice in the laws that impact our bodies, our association members, New Yorkers as a whole, our healthcare, and our family planning. Hang on, if we could go to slide number 6, please. Sorry. Okay, back a little. Here, go to ours.
The agenda, please. There we go.
Got it, thank you. So just to walk you through what we're going to talk about in the next few minutes. First, we're going to discuss why we're asking for this policy, the role of the association in policy and legislative proposals, the universe of New York state laws, New York's Equality Amendment and federal law, what's happening with other bar associations, and why do we need this policy now? So to start.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, thank you. What we're asking and proposing to the association today is that the House of Delegates adopt the Women in Law section resolution and report, support New York State's Equality Amendment, which we also refer to as the Equal Rights Amendment, maintain existing New York State healthcare laws, and adopting these proposals will enable us to preserve our right to reproductive healthcare and reproductive autonomy in the state of New York.
Next slide. As we said in our statement opposing Dobbs, that this decision, the majority's decision, intentionally disregards the importance of women's autonomy over their lives, their physical selves and beings. It takes away from women and all childbearing persons the right to make decisions about their own bodies, their reproductive freedom, and their health care. It subverts women's status as equal citizens under the law and the right to privacy under the 14th Amendment. Because of Dobbs,
Slide 10,
awful
please.
things are happening. There is chaos happening in the United States right now. States are supporting forced pregnancies of 10-year-olds, fourth graders. Women are being told that women who are victims of rape or incest and women whose pregnancies are not viable are being denied access to care. Doctors are being investigated for doing their jobs. Women are having to wait till their life is in jeopardy to get health care. The threats to girls and women are real. The Dobbs case embraced 17th century and 18th century history and law, and they lots of law, lots of 50 different state laws that were based in that time period, when women did not have the right to vote, when Black women were enslaved, but it has 21st century consequences. Because of Dobbs, there are now, or there will soon be, laws in the state of New York and on the federal level that will need this Bar Association's attention. Next slide, please. Go next slide after that, please. And we just wanted to give you just a snapshot, just what's happening. And you can see in this darker part of area, that's the areas where abortion and reproductive rights areas are illegal in the country. And we can just see in the area of blue, that's where it has expanded access. Next slide, please. New York is one of the rare minorities right now. We have a 50-year-long history commitment to reproductive rights with some of the strongest protections in the country. And we want to keep it that way. Reproductive Health Care Act in 2019 updated the law by codifying Roe v. Wade up to 24 weeks of viability and in the event of the health and the life when the mother is threatened. It also removed from abortion the criminal code. And then in June 2022, there were 6 pieces of legislation signed into law in anticipation of Dobbs, protecting healthcare workers and those traveling to New York State. Then, of course, Dobbs occurred, and it held that reproductive rights are a legislative issue.
Next slide, please. This is a legislative issue for this association. The mission of this Bar Association makes clear that this is what we do. We address policy and legislation, and I quote, "Our mission is to shape the development of law, educate and inform the public, and respond to the demands of our diverse and ever-changing legal profession. The New York State Bar Association advocates for state and federal legislation and works tirelessly to promote equal access to justice for all."
Next slide. So what state and federal legislation needs our attention? Oh, no, sorry, you're going to go to that first. Okay, sorry.
It's okay. This is why we are a lobbying organization. From a procedural standpoint, this is how the association works. As I said, the mission includes advocacy for state and federal legislation. The sections and committee, as you all know, we've heard several today, recommend a policy issue for the association's consideration. The policy is adopted by the association wide. Then the policy determines the association's legislative priorities. And then the association can advocate for its state and legislative priorities. So this is what we're talking about that we need today for this issue.
And now the next slide, please. Okay, so what state and federal legislation needs our attention? The New York State seeks to enshrine the laws, the reproductive laws within its constitution. New York State Equality Amendment was introduced to amend Section 11 of the article of the New York State Constitution in relation to equal protection to include, quote, reproductive health care and autonomy. New York State Bar already has policy on the ERA. In fact, the New York State has supported 3 different versions on the state level as well as on the federal level. This particular version, as the legislative wanted to clarify and make clear that reproductive health care and autonomy are a protected class under the New York State Constitution. Now, we all know that the process of amending the state constitution is not easy. The concurrent resolution must be passed by 2 sessions of the legislature before the proposed amendment can be put on the ballot of the general election, and then the proposed amendment then afterward has to go to the people, and it has to be passed on the ballot. So already, the legislature has already passed this one. So this means this is coming up again this January, and we need a policy so that way the New York State Bar's voice is being heard. Sorry.
Thanks. Next slide, please. There are also federal bills that have been proposed. In 2022, the Women's Health Protection Act and the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act of 2022 were proposed. They have codified Roe, and they provide protections for telehealth medicine in relation to reproductive rights. On the other side, Senator Graham proposed a bill which would have restricted abortion to the first 15 weeks, require reporting for criminal victims of rape and incest, and quite onerous counseling of anyone who sought an abortion during this time. Of course, after the elections next week, this could all change. We could be seeing a proposal for a total federal ban, nationwide ban on abortion rights and healthcare, reproductive healthcare, which would preempt our New York State laws and take away all the rights that we have at this moment. Other bar associations are working on this as well. Next slide, please. And these are associations that we partner with regularly. For example, the American Bar Association has had a long-standing policy on reproductive rights and abortion. When Dobbs came out, it issued a statement stating it, quote, "We reaffirm decades-long ABA policy that embraced a woman's right to terminate pregnancy." The National Association of Women Lawyers similarly published a statement opposing the Dobbs result. The Women's Bar Association of the State of New York, WBOSNY, quote, "staunchly supports every woman's fundamental right to choose and make her own reproductive health decisions."
The New York County Lawyers Association, quote, "intends to continue pushing for legislation in New York and everywhere else that would make abortion safe, affordable, and available to all who want them, because the right to choose is fundamental to affording women an equal place in our society, and there are a few battles more important to fight." The New York City Bar Association firmly believes in the principle that everyone in this country should be at liberty to make private healthcare decisions and reproductive choices.
Next slide, please.
The majority of US citizens support safe and legal reproductive rights, and even in states where it's restricted.
Okay. So why are we here? Why are we asking for this policy that's in your materials on your tables? The Bar Association needs this policy to enshrine equal rights and equal protection in the New York State Constitution, to ensure that New Yorkers have full health care protections of today, the ones we have today, that they are preserved. We need to protect our healthcare providers so that they can treat people equally and carefully. We need to head off further erosion of our rights, protect contraception, IVF treatment, telehealth, medicines, and avoid a full ban. Finally, oh, sorry.
You don't have to have a position regarding Dobbs for all of us to agree that we are all entitled to equal access to healthcare decisions that should be made between ourselves, our doctors, and our spiritual advisors. It's important that we have this policy in place so that way we can give equal access to individuals, to those who are victims of crime, to protect women and children who are unfortunately subject to rape and incest. We cannot stand idly by and allow fourth graders to be forced to have a child. Furthermore, this ensures that women will have safe and timely and quality medical care. Women cannot wait to the point of when there's no return to get medical care. And yet that's really what's happening in this country. This is not hypothetical. This is happening today, this very moment. And of course, we want to just point out to the fact that the abortion bans, if something like this should occur, and it's happening in the other states, exacerbates inequity and inequality. There is no safety net in this country for women and children. There's no universal health care. There's no universal child care. There's no universal paid leave or medical leave. I am very proud that this House of Delegates supported paid leave, and that became a reality here in New York. But that is because of you acted. Not everyone has money to take time off to work, to travel to other states to obtain medical care. And the CDC shows that Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes than their white counterparts. Ectopic pregnancies rank the 5th highest cause of maternal death for Black women. And I do want to point this out, and this is absolutely fascinating what's happening. In states where abortion restrictions, bans occur, women who have cancer or rheumatoid arthritis and other autoimmune diseases or health conditions who are not pregnant, cannot get their medication because some of these medications might affect actual or possible pregnancy. And this is worsening their current medical conditions. We do not know what tomorrow will bring. All of us do not have a crystal ball, even in our own lives, of what health condition is going to happen to us. But when we do face it, we all want the best trained doctors available to us immediately. And that is why we need to protect our healthcare workers. Our healthcare workers in states where abortion is banned are paralyzed. They are leaving or stopping the practice of medicine, and this means that there are less providers to support OBGYN services, causing medical deserts. We have the best medical care in New York. We are so lucky. You heard Samantha talking about a blessing. We have a blessing here in New York, and we want to keep it that way. We want to keep it that way. And go ahead, the future implications.
Next slide, please.
No,
Sorry, no, man. It's okay. Sorry. There are future implications of all this. We need to have a voice in the laws that are coming. That's why we need this policy in place. There are implications for many aspects of reproductive health care issues, such as I mentioned a minute ago, contraceptives, ability to get IVF treatment and create families, telehealth, medication abortions, abortion pills, counterfeit abortion pills. There's so many dangerous things that are now people are reaching out to, because regardless of what the law is, people are still going to seek abortions. And we're back to the back alley abortions and dangerous ways of doing it. Remember what Justice Thomas said in Dobbs. This is a slippery slope. Dobbs is not the beginning, is the beginning, but there's more to come with other rights. This also affects religious freedom. Abortion bans violate religious freedoms. Many religions permit abortion for reasons that are not permitted by many of the states that currently ban abortion, including the physical and mental health of the mother. When deciding whether to abort a pregnancy, each pregnant person should have the options to follow their own religion and spiritual beliefs and to consult with their religious leaders of their choosing in making their decisions. Right now, they can't do that. This is the law in New York. We can't take our long-standing commitment to reproductive rights for granted. There are already cases around the country in the states banning abortion, challenging laws based on religious freedom. In Florida, there's a synagogue suing the state based on the law. In Kentucky, 3 women have sued on religious grounds, 1 raising IVF issues.
This association and its membership, and New Yorkers we are counting on this association. We have shown that we have a history that goes beyond our borders and we care about people. This body has addressed many, many different issues. We've addressed marriage equality. We have addressed domestic violence. We've addressed paid family leave, cannabis issues, violence against women, gender-based discrimination. As an association, we care about equal rights. What's happening outside our border? Our fellow associations are sitting here looking at us today. Our fellow associations in all the different nations around the world are looking at us today. And they look to us because of the fact that we are leaders and we are role models in the area of equality and equal rights. As an association, we lead the way. The legislature looks to the New York State Bar for guidance and support on the law. We are thought leaders and we should not be sitting on the sideline on this. Finally, because our members and 10 million New York women and countless other Americans are counting on us to rise to this occasion.
Next slide, please. We're proud to say that a number of our sections and committees have supported this report and resolution. These include the President's Committee on Access to Justice, the Commercial and Federal Litigation section, the Young Lawyers section, the Family Law section, Dispute Resolution, Labor and Employment, Business Law, LGBTQ, the International section, the Committee on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, and the Committee on Civil Rights, and last night, the IP section. We really appreciate your support in this matter.
Next slide, please. And we are asking for your support too. This is where you think it may end. Well, I thought it was very interesting when we were putting together our PowerPoint that we were provided this slide and we were told we should put our slides in here. And I looked at this, the scales of justice, and how the scales of justice are equal. This is what we aspire to here in this association. Next slide, please. However, this is really what is happening out here in this world right now. And that is why we need your voice. We need to have a policy to address these inequities. Next slide, please. Sherry Levin Wallach, president of the New York State Bar, said recently, it's important for us, more than purpose, that we seize every opportunity to work together. In light of the Dobbs decision, I believe that we have an obligation to act. As leaders for women and for equal rights for all, this section has a vital role to play. We must see this as an opportunity. We're in the right place, we're in the right time, and because it's not just reproductive rights, but all of our rights that are in jeopardy. Thank you.
So, is there a motion?
We move for adoption of the Women in Law section report and resolution.
Second. At its meeting yesterday, the executive committee endorsed the report for action by this House. Now, I know that Justin Vigdor had contacted me and wanted to make a comment, so I would call on him first. Is he on?
Hi, thank you, Mr. President. Am I heard?
Yes.
You can hear me. Well, I'm a past president of this association, and I'm from Rochester, New York, and I'm pleased to rise in support of this motion. I feel very strongly that the women's section has done a splendid job in making a case for the adoption of this resolution, which I believe is vital. The American Bar Association has been very specific about its support for reproductive rights. It has said that it is firmly behind reproductive rights for women as a policy matter. And it speaks as the largest voluntary association of lawyers in the world and regards itself as the voice of the American legal profession. By the same token, we are the voice of the New York State Bar Association and of lawyers in this state. We are the largest, I believe, voluntary state association of lawyers, and our voice should be heard speaking for lawyers in this matter. Over the past 49 years, the right to choose to have an abortion before viability has been embedded in our society. It has become a right that affects women in every way, from economics to health to career choices, family matters. Reversing this right, as the Dobbs decision has done, jeopardizes the stability of law which has been gained through our adherence to precedents. It jeopardizes the public's faith in our legal institutions. And I believe it has a devastating effect on expectations and lives of women all over the country. It is going to create statewide confusion, competition, and expense for many women in this country. I believe that we should support this resolution and bring the weight of this association behind the need for exactly the relief that the resolution seeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. President Wallach would like to make a comment.
Thank you. Sherry Levin Wallach, president of the New York State Bar Association. I want to commend the Women in the Law section on their incredible work and efforts in this regard. This is why we have a section like this. This is why we created this section, and this is the incredible work that they do. I remember when I was in college and Casey v. Planned Parenthood was decided. And I remember thinking, oh, thank goodness, that's the end of that. And I remember the day that the Dobbs decision came down, getting on the phone with the Women in the Law section and holding back my tears and trying to figure out how to address it. But I didn't cry just for myself. I cried for my daughter. I cried for all of the women, and I cried for our society. I cried because to me, I knew, yet not even having fully read the decision, the impact that this would have on us as a society, on our fight for equal protection and equality. And I knew the impact that it would have on our communities, in particular our communities of color and our lower socioeconomic communities, and the impact on the medical profession. This is not only about those things. This is about jobs. This is about medical licenses. This is about professionals, other professionals that are impacted. And as the presenters so appropriately stated, even in the Dobbs decision itself, we are put on notice that this is just the beginning. We have fought in this association for equality of all. We have fought for equality of LGBTQ plus rights in the law. And I fear where this would go if we didn't have a voice. So I urge you to support this resolution. And I thank them again for their incredible work.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Mr. Chair, I know that we are getting late in the day, but I do want to take a moment to commend Women in Law section and Susan and Terry for your passion exhibited here today. I frankly found it embarrassing to realize that we didn't have policy to speak to this issue. As a bar association, we should be speaking to the biggest issues of our day. I would argue that there's not one case in the United States by the Supreme Court that is known as well as this case. Roe v. Wade. We all now know about the Dobbs case. This is a case that should not be of concern only to women. It should be a concern to everyone in this room. And one of the concerns that I have is when we sometimes talk about this case, the Dobbs case, as being about women's rights, it sometimes runs the risk of some, especially in this room, more than half in this room, of having a lesser degree of interest. We should all be concerned. This is a case that's not only limited to reproductive rights of women. As Clarence Thomas has told us, this is an opening of the door. This is an invitation to the Supreme Court to reach into other areas of privacy, impacting every single person in this room. So I would certainly hope that we would stand behind the Women in Law section, endorse this report, and the resolution that it calls for. Thank you.
Thank you, former President Brown. Let me just ask this. Do any of the other commenters have anything new to add? Okay, Drew, go ahead.
Drew Jaglam, delegate and former chair of the business law section. I'm glad you got our name up there. We got our vote done late, but our executive committee voted overwhelmingly to support this resolution. One of the questions we asked ourselves is this a business law issue? It is a business law issue, emphatically. Businesses are dealing with healthcare provision, travel rights. The role of women in business would not be what it is today were it not for Roe v. Wade. If you look at the role of women in business, you can track it beginning with Roe v. Wade. So this is a business issue. This is obviously a legal issue. We talk about our role in providing access to justice, and we can't provide access to justice if you aren't providing justice. So we absolutely have a role here that is critical and necessary, and I urge everyone to support it. And just as a side issue, I would also urge that the folks who are looking at the disciplinary issues for judges focus on the language that talks about serious crimes being defined as a felony in other states that isn't a felony in New York. Because there are states that are making assistance to abortion a felony. And I suspect that judges are not going to likely be terribly involved in providing reproductive rights, but lawyers are.
Thank you, Drew.
We need to make sure that that disciplinary rule gets fixed in that regard.
Thank you.
John McCann, delegate from the 5th District. I would compliment the section on the report, in particular the manner in which you address Dobbs, healthcare issues, and other rights you amplified in your presentation this morning. My only concern is the 5th resolution on the passage of the ERA as presently proposed, which refers to both pregnancy outcomes and autonomy, I think in a way that intends to make unconstitutional any limitation on abortion, including the present New York law, which your report references as being a model. If that's the case, I think that should be addressed directly and not indirectly. If that is the intent of the House, and it may be, I think it's an issue that should be addressed directly and not as a footnote reference to a proposed ERA amendment, which may very well be so controversial as an ERA amendment to make the amendment itself virtually unacceptable throughout the state. My second concern on the same issue, the ERA, it references other protected classifications. For example, gender identity and expression. There are areas, for example, in New York human rights law that already protects that in the area of employment. I think to piggyback that issue onto this report and these resolutions, I think is inappropriate. I think there is a time and a place to discuss gender identity and gender expression. Those are top of mind issues around the country right now, both in terms of women's sports, access to bathrooms in the schools. I just don't think we're doing justice to the ERA and the potential adoption of the ERA in this state by just piggybacking that as a 5th resolution in the presentation. I would propose we move to sever and table just that portion. I have no objection to the rest of the report, and I compliment you in your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And, oh, I'm sorry, am I allowed to talk? Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your very thoughtful comment. We appreciate that tremendously. I do want to just point out that when I had mentioned in my presentation that we have approved different versions of the ERA, that version, I believe, of the gender expression and others was approved by this and adopted by this association already as policy. Thank you.
So is there a motion to sever? That's what I thought I heard.
Right. That's okay. That's fine.
Thank you.
We're very happy that you brought it up to us. Thank you.
Just briefly, David Cohen, I'm a member of the Executive Committee. I'm chair of the Criminal Justice Section. I also serve on the association's constitutional committees. I don't know if Hank Greenberg is here, but he formed it. And I was served on the subcommittee with Evan Davis and Lori Knuckles that reviewed the Equal Rights Amendment, and we presented to that committee a number of years ago, and that committee endorsed the Equal Rights Amendment, and this body has also done that with the language that I believe is contained in the resolution. So I would urge that this body adopt the resolution. And I would also point out it's imperative that we get this and the other portions of the legislation in the Constitution, because as most of you know, and certainly those of us who practice criminal law, New York has a history of granting more rights in its Constitution that the federal government does. And the fear is, as was well pointed out by the presenters, that who knows what politics is going to be and where it's going to go. But we should make it clear that in order to change anything in New York, it would have to be by constitutional amendment, which would have to be voted on by the entire population and not just the legislature. And so I would urge the House to adopt the report and commend the Women in the Law section for their work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, David. There being no other comments that I can see, it's been, the motion's been made and seconded. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries.
Thank you all.
So we are finally up to Judge Chambers to give a report on the foundation. Keep in mind that we are expecting to have another matter on the agenda under new business.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually thinking of asking you to take a poll on who would like to be in my position as the last person to present. Okay, I'll go with that. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Cheryl Chambers, and I am the Vice President of the New York Bar Foundation. I am absolutely thrilled to address this House of Delegates. Across more than 6 decades, the Foundation mission has been to improve the justice system to better serve individuals and communities. While the specifics of the work that we do has evolved over the years, our core value of advancing equity and justice by investing in frontline legal services providers and partnerships remains the same. For the past 5 years, the Foundation has made an average about 100 grants per year. During that time, all told, the Foundation, because of your contributions, has invested $3.5 million in those legal services providers and partnerships. This year, the Foundation has received 114 grant applications for the next year, totaling about $2.4 million, including a $400,000 request from the State Bar for pro bono and other program initiatives. The Foundation is in the process of thoroughly reviewing these grant applications. Based on a survey conducted last year, the board's grant review committee determined that the most pressing issues facing the legal system, and I want to make sure that you understand that I'm talking about the legal system, are eviction and preserving housing, access to quality education, economic security, and stability for persons made more vulnerable by discrimination, domestic violence, immigration, and veteran status. In a typical year, the Foundation distributes a little over $500 million. The Foundation awards many grants to give much needed cash injection to fund projects aligned with the Foundation's priorities. However, we recognize that meaningful change requires sustained and significant investment in organizations and initiatives that help solve the greatest challenges of our time. Looking ahead to the next 5 years, the Foundation intends to launch a major fundraising campaign. Starting in the spring, the Foundation will bring its strategic planning process intended to set us on a path for long-term sustainability. In the short run, in addition to our regular appeals, the Foundation will be hosting a silent and live auction. The silent auction will open online on January 4th, 2023, and the live auction will take place during the Presidential Gala on January 20th, 2023. Now, the fun part is the auctions will feature amazing auction items and priceless experiences. Everybody will have an opportunity to participate through our online catalog or in person at the Presidential Gala. As you heard, Steve, we want you to bid, bid, bid. Did you say that? That's what it says up on the sign. So as I said to you, in the short run, those are some of the things that we're going to do. But as you heard from President Sherry Levin Wallach, the theme of the gala is building a better future. Your contributions will help us raise life-changing funds for the benefit of the New York Bar Foundation grant program, which is committed to building a better future by funding access to legal services and other program initiatives throughout New York State, which will not only advance access to justice and equity, but also foster a strong relationship between the New York Bar Association and the community we serve. Finally, I have a few more announcements. The Fellows Virtual Gala will take place on Friday, January 27th. Susan B. Lindenauer will receive the foundation's highest honor, the Lifetime Achievement Award, and also past President Michael Getnick will receive the President's Award. Both Susan and Michael have had enormous achievements in public service and in private practice. Both are giants in the legal community and have served both the association and the foundation. Please save the date. Next week, we celebrate Veterans Day, and the foundation, in partnership with the Young Lawyers section, will kick off an online annual New York Lawyers Love Veterans campaign in order to provide grants to organizations that provide legal assistance to ensure that impacted veterans and families receive the benefits and the resources that they have earned. Finally, if you look around, if you just take a quick turn of the head, we have installed a new donor recognition wall. I urge you to stop by. We have listed here for you those people who have already donated. And if you know, judges are not allowed to make direct appeals, but I can make one. My husband is sitting over there, and he just recently has become a partner in a firm. He's no longer a legal aid attorney. So I'm looking to see your name and the name of your firm up on that wall. In close, no, it's got to get approval from me. In closing, there's no question that these past few years have been challenging for all of us. But we are putting that behind us, and we will move forward together. The foundation looks forward to your continued support. Thank you very much for your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Chambers. Seymour, you've got some serious pressure. We are now on item number 17, which is a list of administrative items. I only have about 5 or 6 pages of them. So it's very simple. The first thing is register for the annual meeting. It's a great chance to network, to get CLE, and just to be involved in the Bar Association. Secondly, membership. Most important thing we can talk about at this Bar Association, I apologize to all of the substantive things, is membership. We need membership to survive, and we need everybody to go out and bring in a few members, and it shouldn't be something that we can't do. So I encourage you, there's some cards on the table in the front that you can give to people. It makes it very simple. It couldn't be easier. The last thing is there is a program on implicit bias coming up on December 1st. And we're encouraging the House to attend. It'll be obviously remote. And we're asking the House to attend and to obviously confront this issue. And that is the end of old business, but I do know that there is a matter of new business, and I would ask Scott Carson to discuss the resolution on the Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Judge Chambers, I'm taking you off the hook. I am now officially the last presenter. This is essentially a housekeeping matter, but it nevertheless is important. In July, the executive committee of this association adopted a resolution promulgated by the international section and its Ukraine task force, which called upon the United Nations to create a war crime tribunal to investigate and prosecute war crimes allegedly committed by the Russian Federation and its leadership. The executive committee adopted that resolution in July, and we then took it to the American Bar Association at the annual meeting in Chicago in August, when President Wallach and President-elect Lewis and I met with representatives of the international law section of the ABA and crafted a somewhat revised resolution, which I then presented, and it was sponsored by the New York State Bar Association and the International Law Section of the American Bar Association, and I'm proud to say was adopted unanimously. But neither of these documents have ever been ratified by this association through its House of Delegates. And therefore, as a member of the House of Delegates, I would move at this time for ratification of the resolution adopted by the association, which are in your materials, adopted in July, and also the resolution which was co-sponsored by the New York State Bar Association, which was adopted by the ABA House of Delegates in August.
Any discussion?
I'm sorry, why I'm not hearing it.
What change did you make?
Oh. Well, without getting too deeply into the weeds, they were not satisfied with the authority of the United Nations to establish an appropriate war crime tribunal. And so we, instead of calling for the creation of a war crime tribunal, the revised resolution, which was adopted and co-sponsored and adopted at the ABA meeting, calls for consideration of whether or not it's appropriate to do so, and then if appropriate to do so. And just so you know, those conversations have continued, and we are in the process of coming to terms on a new resolution, one which I think will be more comprehensive and which will be agreed upon in fairly short order and then presented to the ABA at its mid-year meeting in February 2023 in New Orleans. You're welcome.
Seeing no further comments, a motion has been made to ratify. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So I think we've made it. So our next meeting will be Friday, January 20th, 2023, in person at the New York Hilton Midtown in New York City. Motion to adjourn. All in favor?